Hi, Stephanie.
Hello.
Okay, we're on YouTube. Please don't let me forget to start recording when everybody's on.
I don't think that we will have Scott.
So you are now officially live.
Thanks, Pat.
Uh-huh.
Please don't let me forget to start recording when everybody's on.
There was an echo of something in Pat's.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, when you're
That's
running
fine.
both YouTube and Zoom, there's about a 20-second lag.
Hi there, Brent. There you
Hi, how are you?
are. Good, good. How are you today?
Good.
Oh, goodness. There, now I can't hear him as much. He was very, very loud and unhappy.
Oh. Well, we can't hear it. That helps. So as always, we'll get started in a couple minutes and make sure that everybody can get on. Don't have those tech issues, all that fun stuff. So we'll get started shortly.
More people are joining now.
Perfect.
Oops.
I feel like asking how's the weather, but I feel like it's also a very dangerous question in your area right now. Looks like we have Chuck. Hi there, Chuck.
Hello, everybody.
There you are. Perfect. Okay. Looks like we have Matt. Hi there, Matt. Maybe he's there. He is. He's coming on camera. Okay. Hopefully he can hear us. There you are. Yay. Okay. Hello. Ah, there's okay.
Whoops.
Brad?
I'm hitting buttons by accident, that's all.
No worries.
So I know Scott Van Dyken couldn't make it. I think, was he the only one, really?
He was the only one that I heard from.
Keith is on his way in.
Yeah, and he just sent me an email. Oops, sorry guys. Okay, yeah, that's the only one. And then Heath, do you want me to send that email out to everybody, or I don't think they'll be able to read the content before this meeting for sure, but I can send it out to everybody if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead, Kimberly.
Okay, just give me 1 second, guys. I'll be sending that out to you guys shortly. Okay. Well, I'll send it out while we're doing public comments, so we get if we have everybody here, then I can just do that while we're doing that and streamline things. Deb, do we have everybody? No, we do not. We should have probably, we don't have Stacy, we don't have Ian.
Grace is on his way in.
Okay. You let me know when we're ready and I'll.
Is that it? Just Stephanie and Ian? Or not Stephanie, Stacy and Ian?
Stacy, Ian, there's Race, yes, I think. And I haven't heard from either of those two folks, so I don't know if they'll be popping in later or whatnot. But I know Scott sent an email.
Okay. Well, it's a couple minutes after. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, let's get started. So welcome everybody. We'll see if Ian and Stephanie pop in.
Oh wait, let me start recording. Got to start recording because I'm awful. There we go.
Perfect. Okay. Welcome everybody again. So let's get started. Just to go over quick ground rules like we always do, and then I'll share the agenda. So stay on camera if you can, as long as you can, recognizing internet, of course. Be willing to participate and engage, listen to others, be mindful of your airtime, raise your physical hand or virtual hand, and please do try to stay focused and minimize distractions throughout the meeting. And of course, the most important is please do not try to watch the YouTube and the Zoom at the same time. As we experienced earlier, there's a lag between those two, so that does cause some issues. So let's jump in really quickly. I'll share the agenda. Can y'all see that? Perfect. Okay. So today we're going to start like we normally do. So just having our opening comments and discussions. For communication updates, we will shorten those down, not all of the comments for recommendations, but shorten anything additionally that we need to have for comments updates. And then we'll talk a little bit of FWP updates as well. Then we'll jump into public comment, take a quick break, and then we're going to focus in a little bit on addressing quality access to harvest, just making sure if we need to address any additional recommendations in that space that we do. Then we'll have another break, and then we will start reviewing the recommendations that came out for strategically redistributing elk and hunters. So I lumped those all together, the ones that we sent to the sounding board, plus that additional special tag one, so we can have a conversation and discussion on those. And then the additional ones, if we have time, we can have a conversation and discussion on those as well. I did give you that tracking sheet to sort of show the timeline that we're going to talk about different recommendations in particular. So that will probably be our guiding outline for what day we talk about what. We can adjust, of course, as needed so that we can cover the content that you need. Then we will close out and continue to work to develop recommendations and refine and have those comments and feedback from sounding board in between the meetings. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Additions, tweaks, anything? Okay.
Just so you know, Ian's having trouble
Yep.
logging on, but I'm sent him another link, so hopefully we'll see him.
Perfect. I just was about to let you know that too. Okay. So we'll hopefully he'll get on before we dive into everything. Recommendation wise, I do know that he has some content that he wants to share with us. So seeing that's our agenda for today, I do want to just open it up if there are any additional comms updates outside of the recommendations in particular that you guys want to discuss, we will discuss your updates that you received for each recommendation comms-wise with each recommendation, so you don't have to tell us everything that happened within your recommendations, but if there's anything additionally that you'd like to bring forward at this point in time. Comments, feedback, anything? Okay. Yes, Druska.
So do you mean that if we got comments not pertaining to one of the recommendations we sent out?
Correct. Because we'll do those comments by recommendations if we need to have any additional. I know folks sent them out. Some folks sent them out, and other folks we'll just talk about them as they come up in those spaces.
Because I don't think this fits in any of the recommendations, but it seemed like mandatory reporting of your hunting. Now we just phone call people and they say, yay, I did, no, I didn't, and there's not much info. And then, if you don't reach them, then you don't get any info. So making it mandatory, I have no idea what that means for everybody, but that was one thing that was said in in the emails I received.
If I could just address that, that's been talked about for a long time at FWP, and with our new carcass tag being digital this year, if you if you opt for a digital carcass tag, you're required to report. It's a mandatory reporting. So
Okay.
we're trying to solve that problem a little at a time, chipping away at it. So I'm glad you're hearing that. That's good.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Druska and Deb. Chuck, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so I don't know why my picture's not up there. Maybe here. So I brought forth a recommendation about some stakeholder meetings. And so I don't know, the group has never really talked about that. So I don't know if that's something we want to discuss that, or does it go out to the sounding board?
So we'll discuss, before we send anything to the sounding board, we do want to discuss it here and make sure that everybody's comfortable sending it to the sounding board. So in the second half of the meeting today, we can bring that up because I did send that out to folks. So they should have the ability to have looked over what you provided in particular. And if we don't have time today, then we can circle back and think about having a conversation or discussion when we talk about fostering that stakeholder relationship too. So we will talk about those recommendations that you sent in, Chuck, towards the second half of this meeting today, or when we get to the fostering stakeholder engagement too as well, if that makes sense. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay. Well, Deb, I'll turn it over to you for your updates. I know you have a couple for folks.
So just a couple. I'm kind of going back and forth between monitors here, trying to make sure I don't miss anybody. Just a couple updates. One was that I had somebody reach out to me about, they were concerned about their voice not being brought forward to the group. You're supposed to reach out to all of you, or one of you, or a couple of you, and he indicated, he or she, I don't remember now, they indicated that the response they got from a member of the group wasn't very positive. And I'm not concerned about that. I don't care about the tone. That's between you and whomever, but they were more concerned about their voice not being heard because the person they brought their suggestion to disagreed. And so I just want to remind you all that I encourage you guys to bring all the opinions forward, even if you agree or disagree with them, because there might be somebody in this group that supports that opinion. So I just wanted that to be a reminder to bring those opposing viewpoints forward, perhaps. And then the other thing, the party hunting piece. We had more discussions about it in the director's office, and we talked about there being past legislation perhaps that was looking at this. And it's just the recommendation that you guys have that we didn't share yet, but the recommendation that you guys have, there's a lot of good pieces in that. The part that FWP really just still can't get behind is the transferring of the tag, even though that's not what we're calling it. It's party hunting. It's still something that FWP struggles with and feels that we'll get a huge backlash on that. So that's just something that we can't get behind. Although there's lots of other pieces in that recommendation that I think are good and could possibly work. I just wanted to share that with y'all as well. And I think that's all I had, Kimberly. Was that it? Those two things?
That's all that I remember. Are there any questions for Deb on that? On those two pieces? Okay.
Do you want me to jump right into the public?
Unless anybody else wants to talk about something different, we will, any questions, comments, concerns, we will jump into public comment.
Okay, I don't have a helper today, so bear with me as I set up my timer here. We only have only 4 people, so we're gonna give them 4 minutes. We had 18 people sign up, but only 4 have shown up. The first person I have, I can find my mouse, is Mike Anderson. If you could press *6 to unmute yourself. You're gonna have to, there you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, hello, my name is Mike Anderson. Thanks for having me. I own Great Bear Outfitting and have a hunting camp permit in the South Fork of the Flathead River drainage in Region 1. I'm commenting today on the state of the predator situation in Region 1 and beyond. Recently, I sold all my livestock and gear for backcountry outfitting after making a decision based on our hunting statistics for the last 3 years, compared to statistics from the last 25 years that I've been guiding in the wilderness. We own a hunting-only outfitting business, and we made this decision because we do not feel it is ethical to sell elk and deer hunts to clients knowing that their success rate is very, very low, and there's no promise in sight. Our statistics for the last 3 years are an eye-opening reminder that the predator problem is aggressively, extremely out of control. In the last 3 years, we have harvested 1 bull elk and 1 wolf. We have visually seen 3 elk in our area in the last 3 years and 1 muley buck. Last season, we did not even see an elk track in our area. In 2021 alone, we took 15 clients on 3 8-day hunts to our area, and a neighboring outfitter took 45 clients to 2 different areas in the Great Bear and Scapegoat Wilderness. Out of those 60 clients, on 10 8-day hunts between us, we harvested 1 bull elk. 1, and never saw any more elk all season long. An outfitter from Cedar Lake that bought my mules from me recently told me that he is down on hunter numbers from 50 to 15 because of the lack of wild game in his area. This problem is not only in Region 1, it is also the majority of the Bob Marshall complex, and it's my belief that it's caused mainly by wolves. It was stated in the last meeting that there is a distribution problem. This is very true and does not take a scientist to see that the elk and deer are displaced because of the predators, namely the wolves. Growing up in Region 1, it was unheard of to see an elk in the Flathead Valley, but it was iconic hunting in the mountains surrounding the valley because the elk and deer were comfortable to calve out and forage in the outlying mountains where there were few predators. Now presently, there are 800 plus elk and several different herds occupying the valley floor year-round amongst thousands of people. They are now adapting to living amongst the human population because they are not safe from wolves and other predators in the outlying mountainous areas. It is the same scenario on the east side of the mountains. Using wolves and other predators to manage herds is only effective until the day the herd reduction objective is met. Then the question is, how do you shut them off? Well, you don't. And that's what happened in northwest Montana. The wolves won't quit. The science behind the wolf recovery has completely left out the wisdom of our elders, and facts from the people who actually have boots on the ground, and common sense. We've always had hunters, fires, logging, development, mountain lions and bears in Region 1 and beyond in the last 100 years. However, I do also believe that we need some grizzly bear and mountain lion management plan as a priority also. In the last 25 years since I've been guiding hunters in the wilderness, the one thing that has changed is the addition of wolves to the landscape. Since that time, the elk and deer numbers have declined at a rapid pace, both by depredation and displacement. 25 years ago, we would see in one day the numbers that I saw in the last 3 years in my hunting area. It's past time to enact some aggressive wolf and predator management, and time is of the essence. It might be too late for me and my business, but it's not too late for the ungulates, and hopefully other businesses won't have to fold if a management plan is coordinated aggressively and soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You timed that perfectly. You must have practiced because that was 4 minutes. So thanks.
I did.
And Mike, you are not on the sounding board. Is that correct? I just wanted to verify.
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. And please stay on. There might be questions for you at the end.
Okay, I will.
All right, the next person we have, I have 2 Brads that have signed up. I'm not sure which one this is. So Brad, press *9 to unmute and please state your last name, who you represent, and if you're on the sounding board. *9 to unmute, Brad. Okay, we will be coming back to Brad maybe. The next person is Coulter Heckman. Press *9 to unmute. Oh, I'm sorry, *6 to unmute. It's *9 to raise your hand. *6 to unmute. Okay. Coulter Heckman, going once. All right, we will come back one last time for you as well. The next person is Michael. Again, I have 2 Michaels. I'm not sure which one you are, so please state your last name. Michael, yes, go ahead. Please state your last name.
Michael Chandler. I commented on the first meeting about the wolf problem, and I didn't get the name of the outfitter that just had a comment, but about all I can say is it isn't just Northwest Montana, it's central and Southwest Montana is suffering the very same way. I couldn't elaborate on any situations that would do it any better than the previous commenter.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go back to the other 2. So, Brad, please unmute yourself.
How's that?
Yep, we could hear you now. Please state your last name and who you represent, and if you're on the sounding board, please.
Okay, my name is Brad Molnar, M-O-L-N-A-R. If my voice becomes garbled, for some reason I have a corrupted microphone, I may have to go out and come back in at a later time. I'm not quite sure who I represent. I am a senator for Senate District 28, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. As a little bit of background, I spent 8 years on the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Committee in the Montana House. I was one of the founding members of Public Lands Access Association, now known as Public Lands and Waters Access. I've been involved in this heavily in this issue for well over 30 years. And I think in general, there were a couple of good general everyday ideas that were put out for discussion. I tried to respond in that manner to the people that I was supposed to respond to. But I think very specifically, that like so many other issues in life, it's what's not there. If, and this seems to be held to be true, the problem is the hoarding of elk because of economic incentive. Bull elk selling from $10,000 to $20,000. And if you don't address that problem, the hoarding, the overpopulation, the denying of access to private and public lands that are landlocked, all of it stays the same. To redistribute hunters in an ever shrinking access to public lands is just to forestall the inevitable. We are looking at 300,000 sportsmen in Montana, 200,000 are big game hunters. That's 1 in 5. That is a voting majority. I would rather the decisions be made based on science than on political will of the moment. And if this committee and several other committees will not address the core issue, we will be in a serious political downfall, a collision between rural that are impacted by game damage versus rural that causes the game damage due to hoarding, and urban that simply wants to maintain a positive lifestyle for themselves and their children. I do not see this addressed in anything that was sent out for public comment.
Thank you, Senator Mueller. If you would stay on just in case there are questions at the end of the public comment, that would be appreciated.
Click off and come back in, I will, but that's to make sure that my corrupted app is what I've been told I have. I have to let it cool off for a few seconds, and then I'm good for another 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. The last person we have is Coulter Heckman. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Hi, yes, I'm Coulter Heckman, and I'm an outfitter that outfits in the Bob Marshall Wilderness Complex as well. And I want to talk a little bit about the shoulder seasons and kind of some problems. I think the number one issue right now in elk hunting in Montana is obviously the safe harbor of elk on private lands. And you know, that's elk are going to go where they have the least amount of pressure, and you can't talk the private landowner into letting hunters hunt on their hand. I mean, that's their land. They can do whatever they want. However, that's a hard problem to fix. But what's happening with shoulder seasons, it was a great idea to try to incentivize, you know, getting these elk off these private lands, but they're in the wrong times of year. Most of the shoulder seasons land after the elk hunting season is over. And so what is happening is you're trying to push elk off winter ground in the winter. And also these landowners, some landowners have tried to help some or have people hunt on their land, but they're not dumb either. They don't hunt the first few weeks of, I mean, the general season is whatever it is, 6 weeks, I guess, or whatever. You know, they'll only start hunting the bulls the last couple weeks, and then they hunt cows on these shoulder seasons later. So the elk are never moved onto public lands during the general public hunting time, you know. And so then even when there's some shoulder seasons before the general season, they're still not utilizing that. They're not going to start hunting these elk, taking people on and pushing the elk off, and then they're just done for the year. And then everybody else gets to hunt during the, you know, on the public lands during the general season. So I guess the shoulder season they've actually made the problem worse, I feel. And so I think we should do away with shoulder seasons completely. you know, if they want more numbers taken down in some areas, I know a specific region, I guess, I don't know if it's 4, I don't know which one it is. Anyways, they limit the number of elk taken, but then they have shoulder seasons pretty much unlimited afterwards. And like, why don't you just let them shoot more cows during the regular season if your goal is to decrease the numbers. So I just feel like the shoulder season in general was a good try, good effort on what you're trying to accomplish, but they've really created the problem much worse. And all the landowners, they've just worked the way around that to use it to their benefit, and the elk are still not going on to public lands. And I think that's the number one problem in elk hunting in general in Montana right now. So thanks for having me, and I'll keep listening in. So.
Thank you. Does any of the work or advisory group members have any questions for any of the members of the public? Okay. Well, obviously the public's still welcome to sit in and listen, but Kimberly, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. So we went pretty quick. We thought we were going to have 18 folks. We had a couple fewer folks today, but I did put in a break. So if you guys want to take a quick 5-minute, and then we can come back and focus on quality access to harvest, that will be our next steps, unless you guys have anything that you have question-wise or whatnot.
You guys want to power through?
Power through? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. So today we're going to talk a little bit about quality access to harvest to start. And then the second half of the meeting, we'll talk about those recommendations that we've already created as of thus far. So what I want to do to start is make sure that we're all on the same page, and then give you a little bit of context about how to move forward, if this is what you guys want to do to move forward in particular. So first, let's get all on the same page. I do want to make sure that we have a common understanding of what we're talking about. Can y'all see my screen? Yes? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks. So this is from our notes on March 10th. And what we're going to do is just look at the definition for what we have here. And then we'll touch base and see if we need to make any specific recommendations for quality access to harvest. So we'll open up the conversation and discussion in that space. So we'll first start with just the definition, and then we'll go from there. So can I get someone to read that first bold sentence for me? Out loud and off mute.
I can do it.
Thank you.
A successful recommendation to address quality access to harvest elk would increase the hunter's ability to access locations that have a realistic opportunity for the hunter to harvest an elk.
Perfect. Thank you, Duska. So I just wanted to touch base with everybody. I know we have a couple questions on this definition and what does it mean to address quality access to harvest. So before we dive into the conversation and think about what we need to do next, I wanted to pause and make sure that this still reflects what we need to do for quality access. Questions, comments? Heath is the only one who's shaking his head. Everybody else froze. Okay. Can I get a quick thumbs up? We're okay with this. Chuck. Okay. Stephanie, I'm assuming you're good with it. Okay. So some things to think about when we develop recommendations in particular. The benefit is really that we've done a lot of the front work. We've defined the recommendation, or we've defined what we're trying to achieve overall, those key themes. So addressing quality access to harvest being one of them. And we've defined what we're trying to achieve overall. The reason that I'm highlighting and pointing this out is because I want to circle back and make sure that we're all on the same page on what our recommendation is. And then I wanted to just note that we did develop some key factors down here. Here's why I'm highlighting that. Sometimes we may not always know specifically the program that we want to implement or the action that we're trying to achieve, but there are things that are important to us. So we know that we're trying to improve the quality access to harvest, and there might be things that we care about. So for example, promoting the management of land, the quality habitat, enhance the landowner and hunter's relationship. We know these are things that we care about, right? And so what you can do with that information is you could say, well, and I'm going to give you examples. I'm not saying do this. This is just an example. You can say, okay, we know XYZ state is doing XYZ thing. We want to see what that would be like in Montana. So you'd say, we look at this program. We want it to address quality access to harvest. In particular, FWP, we really want you to start looking at how, if you implemented this, how it would provide guardrails for landowners. How would it streamline access for hunters? Could it address the unethical hunter and landowner behaviors? So you can pair it in together and say, maybe we don't necessarily have the specific solution. We don't have the specific action that we're trying to achieve, but here are the very specific things that we want you to look at and evaluate. So you could do that for a variety of different things. And the reason that I'm highlighting this is sometimes we have an action or an activity or a program that we try to put in place. And it's not necessarily important that that program, that permit, whatever it is in place. What you're really striving for is the outcomes that are produced from it. So if we say, these are the things that are important, create something that achieves these things, we don't necessarily get so hung up on what that program, permit, action really looks like. So I just wanted to show this so that you could see what flexibility you have with your recommendations overall. Are there any questions on that? Juska.
So are you defining the outcomes as 1 through 12, kind of?
So those are things that you'd want to look at in particular. So you'd want it to promote land management or quality of habitat. Sorry, that one's just highlighted for me. So you'd want to improve the ability for the hunter to locate the access points. Is it effective in doing this? We'd want to try to say, is it effective in doing this? Can it do these things? These are the things that are important to us. We would like for the program to do these things. You might, on some of these, have to get a little bit more specific as to what you're trying to achieve. So provide guardrails. You probably want to explain a little bit more what that looks like, or address unethical hunter and landowner behaviors. You probably want to refine that just a bit so that they'd have a deeper understanding. So you're trying to say, these are the things that are important to us when you're looking at, does this program produce these outcomes, sort of thing. Does that make sense? So you have a program or a permit, it should be able to do these things to some extent. We want it to be effective in doing these things.
So these things listed, these key factors, then if we implemented a quality access to harvest program, these would be the outcome
these would
of
be
that
things
program?
that it would do. So
So I'm hung up on the word outcome that
yes,
you
you
used.
are. That's what I'm trying to, let me try to rephrase it. It would produce an outcome that achieves these things, but this list of things is not necessarily the outcome, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yep.
It would streamline the access, or it would address unethical landowner behaviors. But this list here itself isn't an outcome list. It would do these things and produce an outcome of that, if that makes sense. Does that
Okay.
clarify? Are there other questions or comments? Okay. That's just one aspect that I wanted to share with you. And then the second aspect of creating recommendations is really thinking about that link between what you're trying to achieve overall. So making sure that this is very specifically linked to whatever action you're trying to do too. So Sometimes we create recommendations that will lead to this, but the closer you are to actually creating that quality access is better, if that makes sense. Like, for example, we talk a little bit about improving the education and stakeholder relationships. That will lead, hopefully, to addressing quality access to harvest. So you're using one thing to lead to another. So if you could get items that are as close as you can to that, the one item that you're trying to achieve overall, the more likely it's to be effective as well. So that's just another thing that I wanted to highlight, which is why in your tracking sheet, I dropped your education components to that fostering stakeholder engagement component where we discuss about those, because that's where you guys frequently discuss those in particular. Okay. So we don't have additional questions. I know that not everybody enjoys looking at those screens, the words, all that fun stuff, but I did want to throw that out there for you guys just to consider. My question for you here is that when we look at our items that we're trying to achieve, and I created this tracking sheet for us to think about. So one last time to share the screen and then we'll be done. When we look at this here, and we're going to focus on addressing quality access to harvest, I know that Ian provided one recommendation recently about block management, which I'm assuming goes in this space here, but it looks like this is an area that we have a little bit of a gap unless you consider these educational programs, which seem to be very linked to each other. So I wanted to pause here and say, do you guys want to talk in this space here to develop some recommendations in particular to address quality access to harvest? Drewska, is that a new hand?
So this must be my day to not understand stuff.
No, it's not.
So what are you trying to get at, that some of the recommendations we've put together could actually fall under quality of access to harvest versus having like these two recommendations that you think lead up to quality access?
So most of your recommendations, when I say what key issue does it address, you'll identify 2 or 3 of them. And so, and that's perfectly fine. They can address 2 or 3. That's when they address more, it's usually a more robust recommendation. What I'm trying to say here is, do you need to have any additional recommendations or conversations in this group about addressing quality access to harvest is kind of the question that I want to ask in specific. So there's been conversations and discussions about, do we want to discuss a little bit about landowner incentives or things along those lines. So I just want to open the space here. I know that we've been working independently, but really the benefit of this group is to collaborate. So if we can have those discussions, that might be a good way to start recommendations. Unless you guys are set, then we can move forward. Matt.
Yeah, I feel like we should have some more discussion about that to come up with a recommendation here.
Okay. Are folks comfortable with that? Okay. So to do that, who wants to go first? Just kidding. What I'll do is I'll ask you a couple quick questions. And what I'm hoping to do is we need to balance hunter and landowner interests overall. That's our ultimate goal. So really having this group setting, this group dynamic, we're able to hear from each other's experiences. So what I'd like to do is ask a question of landowners, a question of hunters, and then see where there's areas where we can merge together. So this requires a little bit of reflecting. It'll take about 20 minutes to get through the whole conversation overall, unless you guys want to talk longer. And then hopefully we can pull up some recommendations. Sound good? Okay. So for the landowners, reflecting on your personal experiences, the things that you've done in your life, things that you've heard, have you ever let someone you did not know, a complete stranger, hunt on your land Why or why not did you allow that individual to hunt on your land? Scott.
I've let lots of people I didn't know hunt, and it's always because they're looking to fill their freezer with meat, and I have on occasion cow out come through the place.
Perfect. Thanks, Scott. Okay, Matt? Matt?
Yeah, I've let people hunt quite a bit, and I guess most of it is a lot of it's presentation and how people present themselves as respectful, and timing is a lot. People that don't show up on our door 5 o'clock opening morning with 2 pickup full loads of people and asking if they can go hunt. A lot of it is circumstance. I can't say I have a system for it, but if it fits, if I don't have anything else going on, if the place is open, and then we let people hunt. So I can't really say that we have like a specific criteria that we fall to every time. It's quite circumstantial and person by person, and some people are lucky and I like them, but that's
Personal component. If you like them, you let them on. If they're not showing up at 5 a.m. Okay. Druska?
Kind of the same thing. If people come to the door and, everything kind of clicks and you have a space, we're not great bull harvest area at home. It's all cows. And so that's what people want, is just to fill a freezer. And sometimes the elk are there, sometimes they're not. But if they ask, they usually get to go. And, the deer hunting is a little different because we focus on trying to kill elk because of the brucellosis mitigation work that we're doing. But that's not to say that we don't allow deer. It's just less than the elk if they're there. And we have a small space, so it's not like you can just say, yeah, go look. You can almost do that from the highway. So we try to, yes, just anybody.
Thanks, Druska. Aaron?
Yeah, along the lines that everyone else has already said, I really like to encourage youth hunting when possible on my place. Again, going off of Matt, appearance, just overall personality, and again on timing. If you call the morning of at 4:30 in the morning or knock on my door, the answer is going to be no. So a lot of that plays into account on that.
Thanks, Aaron. Stacy?
Kind of the same lines as everybody else. We do actually, if somebody shows up at our doorstep at 5 o'clock that morning and says there's a cow in the triangle, which is bordered by a county road and a highway, we say go shoot it, because we're trying to get rid of them. A lot of times though, we are full because we don't have a lot of land, and we're pretty picky with where we let people go. We have a couple state sections that we border. One is outfitted, one is a really sore subject in this area, with the landowner that has the run of it. And so at this time, we do not allow access to it. So we are kind of picky and choosy with who we let on to hunt. But the best way to show up at our house and hunt is to show up in May and introduce yourself and go to work for a couple days, and then you get invited back to hunt. So.
Thank you, Stacy. Scott?
Well, Stacy teed that up absolutely perfectly for what I wanted to add, which is I just wanted to mention too, I know that there's backlash sometimes from the public towards landowners. The public seems to have this idea that the landowners like to play favorites with their friends. And I just wanted to relate a story. There was a number of years back, I had 2 gentlemen from Washington show up at my door. I had never met them. I didn't know them. I had no connection to them. They were, by definition, the public. And they've been coming here every year since. And now they're my friends. I've been out there for One of them, I've been out for his wedding. They come out here every year and help me gather cattle. I think there's a problem with, I'm just going to say it, I think there's a problem with the public that they do not try hard enough to form a relationship with the landowner where they would like to hunt. And I think there could be some major improvement there. And people can see it that way if they choose to, that we play favorites with our friends. But people need to realize that most of the people that I let go that are my friends at one point were the public that I did not know.
Thanks, Scott. Race?
Yeah, I think I'm unmuted. Okay. It sounds like everybody hit the points I was going to make. But I think, Scott hit it right on the head there. There's things the public can do from their perspective, or at least on their side, to make it hard for us to say no. And yes, we've let a lot of different people on. I can think of a couple individuals that have come and said, hey, we want to adopt one of these elk fences that gets destroyed and come help you put that up every spring and do a few things like that. And it's pretty hard to say no to them when they want to come, hunt in the fall too. So I think they can be as creative at helping us, embrace them, because once again, we all remember bad behavior. And like Aaron said, if they show up at, 5 o'clock in the morning or midnight banging on your door wanting access when it's not really convenient for you, you probably remember that. And the same thing if they're already caught, half a mile where they shouldn't be. And so, yeah, just back up those comments.
Thanks, Race. Chuck?
Okay, yeah, I think it's all been said, and they're good comments. I identify with almost all of them. The one gripe I have is that when somebody calls up and wants to hunt and then wants me to call them back, that doesn't go over with me at all. I'm not calling you back. If you want something for nothing, you call me. So sometimes people get upset that I ever called them back. Well, I'm not going to. We let a lot of people come on here, and I just form a list, and I call them as the elk show up, and I don't care who it is. I will have better luck with those repeat hunters that have been here and know the country. We'll actually kill some elk with them, and my son and I will go out with those new guys, because if we don't, they just can't get the job done. And it's not just because they're poor hunters; it's because they don't know the country and how we know where the elk are going to go when they get pressured, and we can get them in the right spot. But so no, there's no distinction on this outfit between whether you're my friend or whether I've never met you. We just go down the list.
Thanks, Chuck. I think we'll transition the conversation a little. If anybody has any ideas, thoughts, reflections onto why they wouldn't allow someone on their land, let's listen to those too as well. Heath?
I guess I got two things. I got a question for whoever. I'm not a landowner. Obviously, I live on a ranch and have permission to give people permission to deer hunt on this place, but it's not my land. It's a little different deal. When do you guys want people knocking on your door or asking? Because, like in hunter safety, you hear like get a hold of people early, that kind of stuff. Well, we hunt for half the year in this state, and I feel like landowners at times probably get a little sick of it. And at some point, do you want them calling in May, or do you want them calling in July, August? Do you want them to swing into the house? Like, I guess that's always a question that I've never had a great answer to. And the other thing is like I've been lucky to get some access over the years, and it's kind of like these guys have said for the most part. And a few years ago, I had just an archery elk tag in a permit area that was pretty good, and it had a pretty big fire roll through there midsummer. And I knew a landowner up there. I volunteered to spray all the fire lines up there for any landowners that would provide the chemical. I'd donate the labor. Basically wasn't really thinking about hunting. I had the one ranch already that I was going to be able to hunt. And just from that, made some good connections and was able to basically hunt kind of wherever I wanted, which was cool. But at the same time, it's been a thing where I've talked to 2 of those landowners since then and given them, feedback on weed issues and, how to manage them and things like that. So I haven't hunted since, but it has kind of turned into a friendship type deal. So I think that does go a long ways for sure.
Thanks, Heath. Scott?
Well, to answer Heath's question, I think that for me, that I can't answer it for anybody else, but for myself. But the short answer for me is now, because I let the general public go and I let friends go, and what I generally do is I just keep a running calendar. People call, I say, what works for you? They say this date, and when that calendar is full, it's full. And I'm telling you right now, it fills up fast. So if you want to, the 2 gentlemen that I alluded to earlier, they showed up in May. They were scouting for places to go, 6 months before season started, and that worked out great.
Perfect. Thanks, Scott. Aaron?
Yep, exactly what Scott says. We don't allow a whole lot of hunting. And again, I don't hold elk on my place. It's all deer and antelope. But those reservations, if they're coming out, have already been made for this upcoming fall. So the earlier, the better. That's just for me anyway.
Okay. Thanks. Ian?
I guess we just have kind of a follow-up question. It sounds like we're maybe gonna get there with some of the things that would be the gripes that landowners would have or whatever. I guess I think it'd be helpful for the group if you guys are thinking over things like maybe the top 10 offenses that things that hunters would do that would prevent you as a landowner to allow access or whatever. I mean, I think there's probably a lot of other content out there, but I think it's would be helpful to see if there's any kind of common themes. I would think that there's 2 or 3 major issues that you guys all would have in common that would be good things that we try to bring up ideas to try and combat some of that. I don't know if you guys have, as landowners, if you have time, shoot out to the group like what your top 10 do not kind of list is. I think it might be helpful.
Well, hopefully we can get to those key themes earlier today, and by the end of this conversation we can sort of highlight what areas we need to focus in on. So hopefully we'll move to that shortly. Let's get Matt and then Druska move to that.
So I've got, a lot of people are kind of bringing up people helping them, and we've kind of had that a little bit. And to me, I really don't want most of that help here because it turns into more work for me because people don't know. I mean, it's just difficult coming in. Not that people aren't capable, but it's just more work for me to manage people, to do stuff. And what I appreciate is if those people probably have a skill or a talent or a profession that may come in a benefit to me. I would rather them do what they do and offer their service to me, whatever that might be. I mean, it's been, all over the board. People have, everybody's got something to offer, and fencing, and for me, is not one of them because it's just a difficult thing to coordinate. So that's just an idea. And to Ian's point, I do have for me, my biggest gripe that really gets under my skin is when I have a father bring his son up to the door and it's their first year and great, everything's cool and we're happy to give them access. And then I find out that there's more people hunting with them. Then they use the kid as bait, or they bring it, that's happened multiple times. And that really is a no-go for me. And then also when you give access to those people, in my mind, that's for 1 year. And a lot of people want to take that as a lifetime permission. And then you wind up running people off. And then you find out, well, I'm a friend of so-and-so, and you gave him permission last year. And, and those are things that do not go over well with me.
Thanks, Matt. Druska?
So the crew at my house would say the same thing that Matt just said about managing people is just really difficult. And I would say Heath was really smart when he gave his skill, which is weeds and monitoring and spraying. And, if somebody had a weed spraying skill that wanted to come and hunt, I'd say, help yourself. But we also do a list, and pretty much if people are hunting elk on us, they know if they got the tag already and they can get on the list. It's really hit and miss. And then I would agree with Chuck, nobody at my house is going to call back a hunter. So otherwise, I think that we try and be as accommodating as we can.
Thanks, Juska. Let's get Scott and Aaron, and then let's start consolidating and seeing what we have as key themes here. So, Scott?
I'll try to be quick. I just wanted to emphatically agree with Matt on that. If you have a skill, offer your skill. And as far as that's concerned, Heath, next week I'm free and my weeds are getting really bad. So I'll see you sometime at the beginning of next week. What was the last thing Druska said?
Calling back.
Yeah, no, to answer Ian's question about things that really rub us the wrong way. I had a gentleman a couple of years ago that came and asked if he could hunt, and I said, yeah. And he came back and said, I didn't get anything. I shot at some, but I didn't get anything. And then a week later we found dead elk. And then we thought, well, maybe it's a coincidence. So we let him go again, and same thing. Oh, I didn't get into any, I didn't get one. I saw some and I shot at them, but I didn't get any. And then a couple of weeks later we found more dead elk, and that was the end of it for him. So, marksmanship is a big deal, because if you don't find it, we will, because we're here all the time. So.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Aaron?
Yep, I would agree. Heath, you're welcome up here anytime as well. But getting to Ian's comment, everyone has one of these. Okay. My biggest gripe is finding someone on the place that claims they don't know where they're at, or we're supposed to be on a neighbor's place. Everyone has Onyx maps. If you don't, you should, or you shouldn't be out there. That's my biggest pet peeve is, where you're supposed to be, stay in the boundary and do your best there.
Thanks, Aaron. Let's just hear from folks really quickly. What are the key themes that we need to capture? And then let's transition and talk a little bit about the hunter's perspective. What are the key ones you want to keep?
I think we need to capture, the 4 or 5 concerns that we just talked about. Basically, trespassing, poor communication, like basically baiting, like Matt said, using a kid to get access for the 7 guys in the truck.
Mm-hmm.
I think most of it just comes down to poor hunter behavior, or even trust for that matter. I think you're skeptical of who you're getting if you don't know somebody.
Thanks, Heath. Other thoughts?
I think the part about, don't expect a call back. So that's one of the don'ts. And early checking in with landowners earlier versus day of.
Okay. And Stacy?
This kind of goes into some of the facts, that we've talked about a couple of times or that have come up. Is there anything that Fish, Wildlife and Parks has out right now, like a document or online, that says, ways to approach a landowner to gain access, and it's written by a landowner, not by a hunter?
I don't think we have an access guide like that, but we have been doing recently advertisements. I don't know if you've seen them. There's, one, would you enter somebody's house with muddy boots, and the guy's tracking through the house with muddy boots. And they're like, if you wouldn't do that, why would you, do something detrimental to their land? And there's billboards around still that have all these things about being a good hunter, being a respectful hunter, and being good to the landowners. But I'll look to see if we have any sort of access guide. But we have run these campaigns for the past couple hunting seasons, and getting a lot of good feedback on them. I hope they're moving the needle a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me if they are, I guess.
We'll put a pin in that one too, Stacy. We'll mark that one down.
There we go. What is that, Chuck?
Yeah.
Is that the access guide?
This is right out of the regulations.
Yeah.
It says ask first to hunt and fish on private land.
Yeah, that's part of our campaign.
So, I mean, I think FWP is pretty cognizant of the fact that, and they respect private property, and that's a good thing. And it is part of the problem, those that don't. You know, last year I had a guy, two guys, called up and wanted permission to hunt. Okay, gave him permission. They drove by the next morning and I told my son, I said, those guys, I gave them permission to hunt. He said, well, they were here yesterday. I didn't have permission yesterday. So the guy called back that night and wanted permission again. I said, no, you lied to me. You didn't tell me the truth. You snuck on yesterday and then you wanted permission today. See, and then the trouble with that kind of situation is you get so you don't trust people, and it's just easier not to have them at all if they're going to be that kind of person. So it really hurts. It hurts the next 10 people that want to hunt is what happens. And somehow, I don't know how we get around that, but it really is. It's detrimental to the sportsman when there's those kind of people out there.
Thanks for sharing, Chuck. Let's get Matt and then Ian and then Scott.
Yeah, just actually Chuck kind of just hit what I was going to talk about for your list, Kimberly. It might be kind of overreaching or just kind of broad, but just honesty and transparency are very important.
Okay. Okay. Let's get Ian, did you no longer have your hand up? Am I not remembering that correctly?
Somehow my video like restarted, kicked me out.
Okay. You
I was just gonna make a quick comment. I think I referenced it in my type 3 idea that FWP does have I believe it's called their Hunter Landowner Stewardship Project or something. It's like a landowner ethics training course that they offer online. A lot of good content, horrible execution on making it available to the public, so that would be, I don't think any of the content's bad, but getting that out in front of people, it's pretty tough to find on their website. So that would be maybe a good thing to improve that.
I am reaching out to our communication education division administrator. I just messaged him to find out where we promote those advertisements, the videos, because I'm not sure where those videos show up, and Ian, maybe you're right, there's better places to do it, but I have the question out. If I find out by the end of I'll pop it. You guys know.
Thanks, Deb. Scott?
Just under the category of ideas from the conversation to capture, I'd really like to have us put in there, offer up your skills.
Sure. Okay. So it seems like we've got a couple different options available to us. So we talked a little bit about the trespassing, the poor communication, that saying you only have a set number of folks and then adding more. Don't expect that callback. Checking in with the landowner earlier. A real focus on that trust and transparency and offering up skills. For those are the keys that you just mentioned here. Let's talk a little bit about the hunter's perspective and then see where we can create overlap to some extent. And we also might want to dive into a little bit more. And the key here, I think, is the trust, honesty, and transparency. What does that look like? But let's do a little bit of reflecting from the hunter's perspective, just so that we can get both visions in the space and then have that discussion. So reflecting on your experience as a hunter, where you had access, this quality access, this opportunity to hunt, and you asked for access in particular. What was very successful? How did you get that quality access? What was it like? What was your interaction? Or the reason? Yes, Brent.
mine may be a little atypical than most of the general public, but all of my successful access has been through individuals that I knew as friends or acquaintances before I asked them, and then started moving towards potentially hunting their lands. I can say that 2 of the cases locally in Western Montana, these landowners never let hunters on ever in their lifespan before me. And I managed to work with them to start letting some hunter access on, and it went well. And I ended up helping them actually arrange hunters for their place, and maybe took on more than I wanted to, because then I was sort of in charge of hunting on their place. But I never tried individually someone that I hadn't met before. And I think that would be tough for most members of the public to open up that conversation. So I had ins locally, and then on private lands elsewhere, I have family members. So that was a much more easier task to ask and get access to those. But I would say for the first 3 decades of my life, 90% of my hunting was on public lands. And so primarily not needing to ask access, but times are changing for me for the better for quality hunts.
Thanks, Brent. So Heath?
Yeah, so I've knocked on quite a few doors and gotten a fair amount of access over the years. I live in Southwest Montana, but I've hunted a lot of the eastern, central, and northern parts of the state. The biggest thing that I've found for me is just to be honest what I'm looking for. I mean, in transparency, I haven't killed a cow elk in 10 years, maybe 20. And I'm pretty just blunt about it. I'm, whatever I'm looking for, I just tell them, like, I'd like to hunt look for a mature bull, and I try to carry conversation and explain what I'm doing out there, how much time maybe I've been out there. I just try to give them as much information as I can about myself. And through that, I've been able to gain a fair amount of access, not all the time. I mean, I've been told no my fair share, and it really bothers me, and I understand where people are coming from. One thing that I do pretty frequently is I don't ever put my name out there for anybody else. So if I, whatever, say I'm hunting a Eastern Montana unit and a buddy draws the tag and he asks me if I know of anybody with permission, they might get permission. I never throw any names out there, because I've gone out of my way to typically make that connection and get to know those people. And I don't want my reputation hinging on the fact that one of my buddies might lose his mind when he sees the wrong elk or the right elk. So maybe that's kept me above board. I'm not sure, but that's one thing that I, is kind of just a no-go for me. I typically just say, yeah, there's a few, you'll just have to knock on some doors. But as far as I've seen, just being honest and transparent, and my wife hunts with me. If my wife's with me, I say, hey, my wife and I are here, just like Matt's talking about. I don't want to surprise anybody. I want it to be out in the open. And for the most part, it seems like it's been all right.
Thanks, Heath. They're also touching on an idea here that we should probably circle in on, is what does a streamline access look like as well? I think you touched on that a little bit about how you're repeatedly going to certain places. So maybe streamlining is another conversation we should consider as well. Scott?
I think Heath is, I think you're wise to do that the way you do that, with, not letting other people use your name and stuff like that. But I remember one of the things that was important to me when I was, knocking on a lot of doors was realizing that it takes a long time. And Chuck alluded to this earlier. When you're a landowner, after years and years, what the animals do, where they go. As a member of the public knocking on a door, it takes years to learn a place well enough to really be successful. So that goes back to that, having your expectations that it might take a while to get really successful with a place, or, that continuity of relationship, that you're in it for the long haul with the place where you're asking to go.
Thanks, Scott. Any other thoughts folks want to share? Maybe on streamlining, a streamlined process that they went through. Yeah, Stephanie.
I'm going to push back on saying a streamlined process, just because I really think these interactions with landowners are pretty high touch. It's not just like a a one size fits all. I think a streamlined approach might be difficult. I think creating a list that, hey, these are the 10 things not to do. Here are some great ideas of what you can do, would be better. But again, streamlining it and expecting one size fits all. All you're going to do is have a ton of folks from the public grab it and be like, oh, I'm going to go knock on Tom, Dick, and Jane's door, and you're going to overwhelm them. So streamlining, again, it's a very high touch. The places I hunt on that are private, they're friends. They're such good friends that they're family pretty much. So to just one size fits all, I don't think is a correct approach either. So
yeah, good to clarify. Okay. Heath.
Just a quick question. How do you guys as landowners feel about like receiving a gift card at the end of the year saying thank you type of deal? Is it something you want, or is it something that annoys you? I'll be honest. I've heard, my wife doesn't ever bake for me, but she makes good banana bread for about every place we've ever hunted, I think. And somehow that's like, I mean, we've had people legitimately ask if we were bringing banana bread when we came over. So I was just curious if that was something that was you guys appreciated or not.
Good question. Aaron, Drew Scott, and then Stacy.
Yeah, anything's appreciative. I will say at the end of hunting season, stuff does get old. So most of the time I just ask, take care of my place as if it were your own, and that's payment enough.
Thanks, Aaron. Drew Scott, then Stacy.
I think a token is always nice. It doesn't have to be a lot. I mean, home baked banana bread would be great. We do get overrun with honey. And so I would ease up on the honey, but you know, a gift card that you can use on shipping day is great. So it's the thought and it's the action. It doesn't have to be a lot.
Thanks, Drew. Stacy, then Matt.
Yeah, same as before. It's the thought. Like homemade stuff. We have hunters from Wisconsin that come out. We always get fresh cheese curds and Wisconsin beer, and that's always appreciated. But even just a thank you note in the mail is just as good.
Matt?
Yeah, just the same as everybody else. Like just that anything is appreciated. There's no gift too small or whatever. And yeah, homemade or gift card or whatever. It's just a sign of appreciation. It's always welcome. It's never looked down upon.
Race?
Yeah, I think good comments. I might make it from another angle for some of us that work for absentee landowners. And, you know, I think we got to be awful careful about taking gifts and maybe how that looks. And, you know, so I think people need to be a little bit careful how they go about doing that, because, you know, it can be taken the wrong way when you're representing, you know, someone else. And so we sure shy away from accepting those type of gifts.
Thanks, Race. So circling back to that, it's not one size fits all. There might be a variety of different folks in the space. Stephanie, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. The other thing is, you know, I mean, sending a thank you card. I think the art of sending a thank you card in the mail to these landowners is really lost. I think that's a great way to just touch point. You know, if your kid hunted there, have them write one out. It's a great skill for your kids to learn how to say thank you and be appreciative. And that can mean a lot, I think, to these folks.
Thanks, Stephanie. So it seems we're circling around this idea of it's not really a one size fits all, really. It's high touch, having that relationship, feeling that sense of appreciation, whether it's Heath over there doing the weeds, banana bread, or maybe just a card to some extent, but recognizing that it's not one size fits all, and there's individuality. We may not be trying to just streamline things overall. Taking this into consideration and our discussion about landowners and what they appreciate with those, we talked a little bit about the trespassing, the communication, making sure that folks say that the number of folks that are coming on the land is accurate, not expecting that call back, checking in with the landowners earlier, really focusing on that trust, honesty, transparency, and of course, offering up those skills. When we think about all of these, what are the options that FWP has available? What are some options we have available? We've heard a couple. So making those resources more publicly available. There was that discussion about the access guide written by a landowner. What are some options we have available to us? Ian and then Scott.
I don't know. I guess I put some thought in on this, and I don't want to like jump out of turn, but I tried to hammer out some of this. I think some of these exact points and the type 3 idea that I came up with. I don't know if anybody got much of a chance to look at that, but I personally think what we're lacking is, and I'm not a landowner, so I can't fully speak for them, but kind of some sort of dashboard and ability to vet people, something that's outside of the time commitment factor that it currently takes, while that nothing can replace a personal interactive relationship, and that's that needs to be acknowledged. But like for the the new people coming, showing up, whatever, obscene times that hunters get a hold of landowners, and just pushy, offensive, not like Aaron said, like, oh, I didn't know that was the boundary. Yeah, whatever. You knew that was the boundary. You're just trying to play dumb or whatever, trying to put some guardrails on things to protect that landowner. I just don't feel like we have a good option for landowners in the state. That type 3 idea, I think I've put a lot of my thoughts on paper there, and hopefully that continue, or that conversation can continue, because I think there's so many things on the list that a dynamic program that individual landowner gets to have control over their little things that are that mean a lot to them, I think is really important. There's just like a lot of one size fits all options that that just result in a landowner saying, no, I'm just going to deal with it myself, and I'm not gonna enroll in the block program, or I'm not going to do whatever else, because it's one size fits all, and I'm not that type of person. But anyways, I don't know if it's appropriate to bring that up or discuss that right now, but
we'll get to we sent out your recommendations, so we'll get to that. But let's see if there are any other things that we can come up with here that FWP could possibly do. So really thinking about maybe coordinating with landowners to create that access guide if it's not already available. I think Deb came on camera, so she might be checking back on that. Making sure that there's the resources available that are already produced by FWP, so making sure that the communication's there. And I think you were circling around the idea of possibly vetting folks, but really thinking about that block 3 type management. But we'll get to that one in particular. Deb went off camera, so I'm going to pause here, and then we'll get Scott, Race, and Matt.
I'm not off camera, but
I mean on camera. You went on camera. Oh, did you have something to add?
You want me to talk now? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I didn't know if you came on for a reason, so I wanted to make that space for you.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna just share my screen for a second here. Let me find the right one. Hold on, sorry.
It's always the tech. We always have fun. It's always...
Okay, I have to go to audio too. So can you guys see the screen with the hunters on it right now?
I don't see anything.
You don't see anything.
Well, I mean, I see all the little squares of folks, but I don't see your screen.
Let's see here. Let me try that one more time. Screen 1. How about now?
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So our campaign is called Pass It On. I don't know if any of you have seen this, but it's a web page. Again, you know, if you're not an ethical hunter, if you're not going to be asking permission, if you don't care about landowner, private landowner rights, you might not find this page, of course. So maybe the right people or the wrong people aren't finding it. But it is a campaign that we have. Like I said, there's billboards all over the state on this. And I forgot who asked if we had a landowner's perspective. We do. It's about a 4-minute video. I'm not going to show you, but I sent out this link to all of you, so you guys could check this out. It doesn't look like have access pamphlet from a landowner's perspective, but this certainly is a little video. I asked our ComEd division administrator where we advertise these, and he said that they're shown in Hunter Ed. They are in our social media campaigns and on billboards, but he didn't think we paid for advertising anywhere, so that might be something that we need to think about. I do want to show this quick short clip just so you guys get an idea of what this is, and I apologize if you've seen it before, but it's just over 1.5 minutes long, and I think it's done really well, so I just wanted to share it with you guys. Can you hear it?
It has subtitles, but we can't hear it.
I'm sorry, can you not hear it?
No, it just has subtitles, or not really subtitles, but text.
All right, well, maybe we'll just play it anyway. $5 a.m. Okay. Stop sharing now. But that, I just wanted to share that. So that's, part of one of our big campaigns that we've been working on. And, like Ian said, maybe we're not hitting the right folks because we're not advertising in the right spot. But, that's what we've been doing. And I just wanted to share that with you. We don't have a pamphlet. It doesn't look like, but that's what the campaign looks like.
Thanks, Deb. Thanks for sharing. Got a couple of hands up. So let's get Scott, Race, Matt, and then Brent. So let's start with Scott.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Deb. I like that video. We were kind of brainstorming ideas, and I think something that I thought about, I think we've mentioned it in this forum before, but when Deb first shared her screen on that hunt page, I think that's a perfect place to have some kind of tab that you can open that has something that says something like swap hunt opportunities or trade opportunities, where a hunter with a skill could offer up that skill. I'm looking to hunt something in this area. This is what I bring to the table. Or on the other side of it, a landowner could go in and say, I have these hunting opportunities and I have this need for this type of skill. I think that'd be, I don't know, I've never done a web page or any tech stuff, but that seems like it'd be pretty easy to me to connect those hunters that have a skill with, landowners with an opportunity and vice versa.
Thank you, Scott. So connecting skills with the landowners, so hunters and landowner skills for skill swaps. Race.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on Ian's comment on, what FWP could do a little bit. And I think when we talked about the things we didn't like from landowners' perspective is really manning the number of calls, and that's why Druska and Chuck both mentioned how hard it is. It's not that we don't want to call people back. It's just how much time it takes away from our real job to just communicate. And I think that's something that came out of kind of indirectly on the comments I got back from the sounding board members, is two of them indicated that or recommended a liaison of some type that could be, developed through FWP to help landowners deal with just the communication stuff on the ground and education and different things. And so I think that is something that FWP could do.
Okay, so some sort of liaison or training of some type to help landowners deal with the issues that they face, such as like communication, large volumes of calls and things. Yep. Brent, and then Ian.
I guess this is a little bit for Deb and the whole group. Along with what she just showed, the Fish Wildlife Parks website already has tips for gaining permission to hunt private land. And there's 6 bullet points. They're almost identical to what we just came up with, and different from what Scott's talking about with the skills, and different from the liaison that Race just mentioned. But I can show them to you really quick so you can see them in person, or you can, I'll try to share the screen and see, and Deb will recognize this probably. How's anyone seeing the screen?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so Deb, this is underneath the hunt link on Fish Wildlife Parks. There's a link under that. It's private land hunting opportunities. And then when you expand the tips for gaining permission, you get these 6 bullet points, which sounds like we didn't reinvent the wheel, but I think Fish Wildlife Parks is doing a nice job trying to help the public know how to potentially approach and ask for use of private land. So I'm not saying we don't need to come up with another recommendation to do this, but perhaps this has been pretty well done.
Yeah, Brent, thank you. I didn't scroll down for the rest of the page, but there are links to this at the bottom of that page, as well as the hunt planner, how to buy a license and things like that. So there's more on that page.
Sure.
And I think you're right. I think FWP, we try, but maybe you guys could come up with ways for us to do it better. Maybe what we're doing isn't as effective as it could be. Certainly all these tips are good ones. But, like I said, maybe we're just not finding the right audience.
Sure. All right, I'm going to stop sharing unless someone objects.
Thank you, Brent. So it seems like we're circling around that we have resources already available to the public, but maybe we need to figure out a way to amplify those a bit more. Then we talked a little bit about that, swapping the hunters and landowners' skills, or providing some sort of resources for landowners as well to deal with the large volumes of communication and things along those lines. So Ian, then Stephanie.
Yeah, so along these lines, Stacy and I received comments on expanding hunter education requirements, and I think one of the kind of the resounding themes in that is it was twofold. It was one, like, well, what's the motivation for the hunter to educate themselves? And I mean, we can all, that are vested here, we can say that, well, because it's the right thing, but that doesn't necessarily get people involved. I think the information is provided on FWP's website. I personally think that another comment that we got, or that I saw some of, is that, hey, we, COVID happened, whatever, nobody can control it, where we're still kind of, to my knowledge, we're still in online hunter education and other stuff. So, when is FWP going to reinstate that, in-person training, where you guys, looks like you have a lot of that comment, you just have to get it in front of the the hunter. And I mean, the motivation is that, like, I personally think, like, well, if you want to hunt in the state of Montana and you're coming up and you need to get a hunting license, you have to be subjected to this stuff. So I think, incorporating maybe some of this good information that's out there into the hunter education curriculum would be, advisable. And then maybe a quick question for Deb. Like, I took hunter education when I was a kid. All the people that are coming to this state that they might be, 35 years old, whatever. If you're over, I think it used to be if you were over 18 or something, you were exempt from hunter education. Is that still
I
the
don't
case?
think it's 18. There is an age cutoff, but I know when I moved here, I guess I moved here 12 years ago now. I'm definitely over 18 and I had to show my hunter ed card from Wyoming. So otherwise I would have had to take hunter ed because I wasn't grandfathered in, but there is an age cutoff, but it's much older than that.
Okay. Yeah, well, maybe it was a reciprocity thing too with other states, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it would be a horrible thing to say, no, sorry, if you want to hunt, period, you're going to go through the issues that are specific to the state of Montana. These are the gripes that I don't know. I mean, that would be how do you get people to do something? Well, you kind of, yeah, like if you're going to get a hunting light, if you're a new hunter to Montana, even if you've hunted elsewhere, you're gonna go through this, and you're gonna have to, have some sort of follow-up training. Maybe for adults, it's not as intense as, the people that are new to this. But I think we need to acknowledge that there's probably a lot of people that just don't understand the Montana way of life that are coming here and trying to hunt and recreate, and it's probably adding a lot of burden to landowners.
Maybe pairing some sort of education outreach with that required hunter training of some sort. So Stephanie, Matt, and then Heath.
I don't know if it's possible, but when you go to a lot of different websites, like a pop-up will pop up. You've got to quick watch a video or something. Maybe that's something that when people are going to buy their tags, like a pop-up comes up with some tips, or even that little video, or even when they sign into my FWP or something like that, you could use that to get in front of folks. Also your social media platform, I follow it, and I've never seen that video, and it was pretty helpful. So, I mean, it would be helpful to somebody else that maybe is looking to get access, and doesn't really get it. The other thing, is I agree with Ian. I feel like our hunter ed programs were just dumbing down. I think by putting it all online, we're exasperating this whole problem where everybody's just got it so easy, and it's just at their cell phone, just fingertips right there, instant gratification. You can click through, pass. You don't have to do a field day. You lose a lot of those pieces that the hunter's ed when I was a kid going through, you just lose a lot of that. And are we furthering the gap between landowners and hunters by making it so easy? So I think that's one of the things I've heard. It's something on some of the boards and committees I serve on, I've heard a lot of frustration with the fact that FWP is just making hunter's ed just so easy. Bow hunter's ed, it's all online, and that does not teach those skills that you need. So.
Thanks, Stephanie. So really circling around this idea of making sure that hunter ed, when we get to the discussion about that education recommendation, really thinking about pairing a requirement, especially about key topics for hunter education. Matt, and then Heath.
I guess I'd make a comment about the hunter's ed. Me personally, I see a lot of benefits to the online, mainly because I live 50 miles away from any town that has a hunter ed, and that's a huge burden. I mean, like it's a burden for us to get our kids in there for that amount of time. And then you're at that point, you're kind of subjected to the quality of your instructor, which I've experienced both ends. I've had really great people that we've been part of, and then we've been through some pretty terrible ones too. And so, I mean, I think you do control the quality, and there's a convenience thing there for certain people. I mean, it's kind of a selfish thing there, but so also I think if you're doing, like, I don't know how much time we spend on doing this. If this is a volunteer thing, I feel like the people who are the problem are really not searching out ways to be better. I think you have the people who are doing it right and doing it well, you know, they fairly well got it figured out. And, you know, this information is available, but it's only good if people read it and use it. And unless you made it a mandatory, like like you got to go through and do your bear ID test before you can buy a bear tag, you know, maybe something like that, where they have a quick thing you have to go through that's mandatory that direction. But I would hate to make it too large of a barrier to entry, I guess. But just some thoughts.
If I might jump in, Kimberly, I just wanted to address a couple of comments. There's definitely pros and cons to online versus in person. We are doing some more in person now. We are still having the option for online. And Matt, you made a really good point, especially with gas prices going up. It is really difficult for a lot of people in rural areas to, you know, get to these classes. I mean, it's prohibitive at times. The other thing is that, you know, I know we're talking about hunting, and I know probably all of you know that the excise tax on hunting equipment, or ammunition rather, pays for a lot of what we do. But not only do hunters do that, shooters do that. And the vast majority, I think it's about 70% of that excise tax comes from shooters, not hunters. So a lot of people go through hunter ed to learn firearm safety, as well as learning ethics and getting hunting skills. So that's another thing. And we reached in 2020, we reached 26,000 hunters online, and our general average is about 15,000. We can't follow them to see who purchases that hunting license. And that's something that we'd like to do down the road, to see how many hunters we actually recruited, and also how many shooters we've recruited, because we don't know the success of that. But that's just something to keep in mind. There are definitely pros and cons. Matt pointed out one, and shooting sports is another. We really don't know how many are hunters and how many are just going through for hunter safety or for gun safety.
Thanks, Deb. So let's hop to Heath and then Brent.
Just for clarification, you have to have hunter safety if you were born after January 1st, 1985 in Montana. So
correct.
Yeah. So it's not 18, it's a specific year. So eventually I guess that'd be for everybody.
And I have to add, that is in statute. So it's a statutorily requirement. It's not something that FWP requires, it's statutory.
Okay. And then I think as far as the hunter safety stuff goes, I understand what you're saying, but kind of like Deb alluded to, a lot of hunter safety has to do with firearm safety. You know, it's not necessarily a landowner program or a way to, I mean, there are some times you talk about how to treat property and private property and all that stuff. Arizona has a program where for non-residents, I think it's $300. It might be 150. I can't remember if it was 150 and I did it for me and my wife. We both did it, or if it was 300 each. But basically it's a course that you take online, and it walks you through basically everything that is the history of Arizona Fish and Game, what species of animals they have, what type of habitat they have, what type of landowner issues they have, kind of water issues they have. In Arizona, it's a little bit different because if you take the course, you receive another bonus point, which should probably be a point of contention, but I don't know. But it is pretty informative, and it's a pretty good course. I think it takes 8 hours, if I remember right. It's all online. At the end, there is a quiz, but at the end of every section, there's a little 10-question quiz. That's pretty easy stuff, but it's pretty informative. And I think it could be like if that's something we wanted to look into, it's pretty beneficial. It's something we could definitely, cater around, how to treat private property, how to treat public land. Gates, landowner relations, knocking on doors, all that kind of stuff, all the different issues. And if there was some incentive, I mean, maybe it's a thing where you can't apply or you can't hunt on, say a damage hunt or a block management or anything like that if you don't have it. I'm not sure. Just throwing out ideas. But Arizona has something similar that's pretty beneficial.
So since we're tying into that education component nicely, that I think that Stacy and Ian are working on as well. So there seems to be a nice tie into that. I do want to circle back to any other thoughts or ideas on what FWP could do, in particular for access, recognizing we do have that discussion about that education. We'll dive more deeply into that. And we have touched, I think, I want to say Matt mentioned it a little bit, only the good actors are really looking there. So we did also touch previously in previous meetings on that enforcement component, and we'll circle back on that as well. So Brent and then Druska.
Mine's really quick to address something Stephanie said about the quick click on the hunter's education. Mm-hmm. I have 2 daughters that would verify that it's not a quick click. You can't get through that fast. The content in the online hunter education was far more extensive than any in-person I've seen. And I've basically, through my kids, I've gone to in-person with them and sat with them. And then I've sat through with them on the online. And the online, at least based on what I saw with our other instructor, the online trumps the in-person as far as content. And I will say, relevant to our discussions, it talks about private land respect and how to work with and build relationships with landowners. Those materials are already in our hunter's education curriculum. It goes back to what Matt said. People choose to not remember them or not take them to heart is the problem. But the material's there. It's being taught. You can't avoid it. You can't click through it. So I'm going to have to say that the material's already there. It's being done. So maybe not something we have to address unless we want to incentivize it, like Heath said, by giving people an extra bonus point or something for doing some additional training as an adult, because we are missing some of these older hunters that have been grandfathered in. And maybe that's a retraining that's necessary, and give them another point. All right, that's all I got.
Thanks, Ben. So maybe thinking about those incentives for the resources that are already available. And also we have discussed this idea to make sure that they're more visible in different areas. So maybe that's something that we should take on too, is that more visible communication for what we do already have. So Druska, Chuck, and then Ian, and then we'll try to wrap up.
So between what FWP already has and, the things that we've talked about, it doesn't seem to me like we have to redo the education component. It's already all there. But the question is, how are you going to get it in the right hands? And then you're going to end up having to do something mandatory, because if the bad actors aren't looking at it now, they're not going to do it just because we put it in front of them better. So whether it's an incentive or a mandatory, and as he said, you've got another bonus point or whatever, somehow we're going to have to tie it to, you almost can't hunt unless you've done some of this stuff. And I know that sounds kind of harsh, but how else are we going to improve behaviors if you don't make it mandatory? And so I think we know all of the stuff, and I think FWP's got it all in places. So put it out in a more formal sense so people actually see a one-stop shopping kind of thing. But then somehow there's a component to it that's mandatory. And otherwise, nobody's still going to look at it. No matter what we would decide to do or say, they're still going to miss it.
Thanks, Druska. So really, we have the information, we have this already available. Really thinking about focusing on the incentives and making either an incentive or making it mandatory to make sure that information gets into the right hands. Chuck and then Ian.
So I'm going to take a little different tangent here, and I hesitate even to bring it up. But so we've been talking about education and ethical hunting and that, but our main topic here is quality access to quality game. And the best game, maybe, arguably at least, is on land that's not accessible. So what are we going to recommend along those lines, or have we written that off? I've kind of led the charge, did writing it off because I don't think we can get there. But I think it's incumbent on this group at least to put some thought in. How do we get folks on some of those lands that have never been on before? We got the 454 program. It seems to be working, and that's getting some people, at least a few people, on some of those lands. I just don't know if we can go farther, if there's more we can do along those lines. And look, I don't have an answer here. I just thought maybe the topic should be raised for some consideration.
Great question, Chuck. Yeah. Let's hear what Ian says, and then Druska.
I've got a line exactly addressing that in my type 3 recommendation. Possibly, I think, those inaccessible lands, I mean, I don't know, that it's probably a discussion for another time, but yeah, look at that with in relation to the 454s, I guess. So since we still are on address quality access to harvest, I think everything is really good about so we've tackled very much how do we access, how do we open up inaccessible animals on private land. But I think, I mean, speaking for myself, like, it's just private land hunting. It's a cool experience. It's living in Northwest Montana. It takes so far for me to get to private lands that have good hunting, and to try to establish those personal relationships that it really takes to come back year after year and hunt private land. It's not, I mean, I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's not what I'm willing to do. And I personally enjoy the landscape and the scenery and whatnot that is on our public land. So I don't want to snowball this or whatever, but I think we've really missed the boat on this particular subject, that we're only talking about half the issue. That, to me, as a public land elk hunter, the biggest issue, bar none, not to discount from what from other private landowner concerns and whatnot, but for me, address quality access to harvest is, largely centers on that we have a system that's set up where we have too much pressure on public lands, and we have poor habitat quality. Our land management agencies and FWP haven't done, in my opinion, the level of habitat enhancement projects that are necessary to encourage, our ungulates and whatnot to utilize those public lands. So I feel like, I don't know, I guess I'm just throwing it out there that I think this quality access to harvest is a lot bigger. And, the majority of the people that hunt in Montana, they don't, well, I guess I can't say this, I don't know the stats, but I think predominantly people come here to Montana and the people that are they're born and raised here, whatever, they utilize public lands at a greater percentage than private. So how do we improve that public land experience?
Okay. So it seems we're jumping to other recommendations that we've created too in the past. So I think that there's one, and I'm not quite sure if it's Stacy and Stephanie and Ian sent in one about that coordination effort between Forest Service and FWP, and thinking about how to improve the public land habitat and quality. So I do want to focus us in just a little bit on the improve the quality access. I know that these are all somewhat related. I did think that Chuck's question was kind of interesting about folks that are hoarding or cannot get access to. How do we open up that space? But let's hear what Druska has really quickly, and then we'll sort of try to solidify where we're going from here.
So I think Chuck's correct in that, you know, we've gone a long way into this education piece, and the discussion's been worthwhile because really, if you got crummy hunters, nobody's going to let you on anything. And so that does affect quality of access. But I also think that it's a much bigger picture, you know, and as FWP improves their delivery and we improve the hunter behavior, and then we talk about habitat and how to improve that, I think it's still, you know, there is no easy way to get access onto private land. And I think we need to work on that all the time. And we've all outlined how we do that and make it better. But there is a given out here that there will be private land out there that nobody's going to be hunting. And we're still going to have hoarding. And we do still need to talk about that as far as quality access goes. And that's an educational piece also. But I think, anyway, I think that what Chuck asked was correct and what he said was correct. But I also think that we had to walk through all of this to get where we are.
So let's sort of see where we are and see what sort of actions we can take from here. If we want to solidify any of these recommendations, then I want to circle a little bit back to Chuck's question, and then we'll progress to Ian's recommendation that he had on block management in particular. So I'm just going to give you a couple of the items that we've discussed as of thus far as recommendations. And I just want to know, do we want to build these out or not? Where is it at? So we talked a lot about education and resources available, but really thinking about targeting or making sure that the resources that are available currently are accessed by the folks that need to access them. So that was one. There was the idea of creating some sort of access guide written by landowners in particular. So we have those videos, that outreach, but maybe not exactly an access guide. The ability for landowners to vet people. The ability to swap skills. So maybe FWP has something on their website where hunters and landowners can swap needed skills. And then some sort of resource capacity for landowners when they're dealing with certain issues, such as large volumes of calls. So those were the kind of areas. And then we talked a little bit about the hunter education component. I'm going to put a pause on that too, because we're going to dive a little bit more deeply into that into the future, but really thinking about how do we make it either an incentive or something that's mandatory related to that education in particular. What are your thoughts on those recommendations? Are those things that we need to pursue? Any of those something that we need to pursue? And then we'll dive into Chuck's question. Just go.
So in the recommendations we have out there, we've already mentioned multiple times things like the Master Hunter program that would improve hunter ethics and all of that. I don't think we need to create a new recommendation about how to create better hunters or better landowners, because it's in our recommendations now.
Completely agree. But what about the other ones?
So I think within our communication piece that we have in whatever recommendation it is, we can make the recommendation that we expect FWP to figure out a more robust way to get their message across. And if it's not getting to the right people, how can we make it get to the right people? So we could have a recommendation that they should research a bigger, better social media or a bigger, better, I don't know, but we could ask them then to do that. And I mean, they're not going to vet your hunters. So I don't know how you do that. But I think they could make their resources more available.
Perfect. Thanks, Triska. I'm not sure which communication one you're referring to, but I'm hearing that this one is one that we do want to sort of circle back on, is figuring out a way to make sure that the resources that are available are getting into the hands of folks that need it, advertising or whatnot. I see Chuck, Matt, and Race, and I also see Deb, so I'll pause and circle back to Deb first, and then we'll go to Chuck, Matt, and then Race.
All I can say is ditto. I mean, that's what I wanted to say, so I'm not going to spend more time on it. That was spot on.
Perfect. Thanks. Deb?
So sorry, you went through a long list, Kimberly, and I'm wondering if you could get a thumbs up one at a time from them, perhaps, because instead of having to have everybody remember your 6 there,
Very
maybe.
logical, Deb. Very logical. Okay, we can
Maybe you
start.
want to go to Matt and Race first, but yeah.
Okay, we'll start with the not creating new communications, but developing some sort of recommendation where we amplify, FWP amplifies the resources currently. Can I get a thumbs up, thumbs down for that? Wait, hold it for a second. Matt, I don't see you, and Race, I don't see you, and Brett, I don't see you. Okay, thumbs up. Okay, so we'll do that one. The access guide written by landowners. Thumbs up.
They have that. That's already, I mean, FWP has that.
I thought they had ads, but not a one.
It was a video. It was a video.
There's a video with Nina Bacchus as a landowner.
So we'll count the video as the written guide. So we don't want a written guide. We've got the video. We're good with that?
I think so.
Matt, Race, Brett, get rid of it. Okay, Scott. Okay, thank you. It'll take just a second, guys. Okay, so the swapping opportunities, the hunter with the landowner skill set. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Scott's got a thumbs up. I can't interpret Matt. Stacy, yeah. Okay, dun. Heath, Chuck, and Race. Heath's up. Right. Okay, so we've got some maybes. So that one's on the fence. I don't know what you are, Chuck, but I'll just put that one on the. That one's we'll think about that one. Okay. What about some sort of resources for landowners when they're dealing with specific issues such as large volumes of calls? So maybe developing some sort of resources for landowners. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Race is up. Right. Druska's a maybe. Scott's a maybe. Chuck is a maybe. So that's a maybe. Okay. And then we're going to take all of the ones that said or about education and thinking about incentives versus mandatory and just put those with our education discussion in particular. Okay. We're comfortable with that. So it seems really focusing in on the communication, making sure the resources are available is where we need to develop some level of a recommendation or incorporate it into a recommendation. The education one, we're going to make sure that those are incorporated into either as an incentive or mandatory. We're on the fence about the hunter landowner skills and the resources for landowners manning phone calls and things along those lines.
If I might add one more thing before Matt talks, sorry, Matt, again. It is, you guys have 3 more meetings after this and work between meetings. So there was a unanimous thumbs up on a few of them and a maybe on a few. Just a recommendation, you don't have to follow it, but fleshing out the ones that you're unanimous on, and then still making a recommendation that FWP could explore those other things if you're interested in still having them on the table, but not having time to flesh them out, is just also another option if you feel strongly about them.
Perfect. Thanks for sharing, Deb. Matt and then Druska.
Just a couple quick comments about, I was on the fence, even though I kind of brought it up initially about the skill swap or whatever. I just don't know how you would word it or where you would put it, but maybe as a line item on the stuff that they already currently have without developing a new setup. And then in terms of the education, if we're talking about like making something mandatory, or I would always lean towards incentivizing as opposed to making things mandatory. Like I really like the idea of picking up a bonus point or something that you get a benefit by doing it instead of making more things mandatory.
Not a problem. When we get to that point, we'll make sure to emphasize the incentive over mandatory. Druska?
On the skills thing, could we just not put that into one of our other recommendations? I can't think right now where it would fit, but something about, if a hunter has a skill, offer that up, or something in all of that. I don't know that we have to match hunter or landowners and skills per se, like on a website, but if we could at least put that statement out there that the skills a hunter has are appreciated by the landowner or something.
Okay, so maybe I'm not quite sure where we would put it, but maybe hold that as something that we could put somewhere, maybe even discussing with communication or something along those lines, or in the hunter education component, maybe saying this is something that's of interest, but not necessarily a requirement or anything along those lines. Okay.
Jessica, that's a good idea. I was thinking maybe that's just another added bullet in that those 6 or 7 bullets that FWP has out right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so the question is for the communication piece, developing, targeting the individuals that need the information, that the resources that are already available. Do we want that as a standalone, or are we incorporating it? And if it's a standalone, I'm going to ask for someone who wants to own it.
So can you state it, how it would be?
So a recommendation on FWP would make sure that the resources that are currently available are available to the individuals that need the information. I don't have a clean sentence at this point in time. So
can we hold that in reserve till we kind of look through some of these other recommendations we have and see if it won't fit?
Sure.
Keeping that in mind and seeing if we can't work it in.
Yep, so we'll go through the additional ones in particular, and we might just leave it, maybe not a robust recommendation that goes through the entire template, but just as a hold.
Right.
As something. Okay, yeah, we can do that too. We'll sort of hold that one. It's important to consider. Let's circle back to Chuck's idea of there are certain landowners, and this will be hopefully well, I'm going to say short conversation, but probably not. So if there are certain landowners that are, you will not have access to the land. There are certain landowners that are hoarding elk on their land, and elk are a public resource, and FWP does not have the ability to tell a private landowner what to do with their land in particular. What are some actions that FWP could do? That's the $1 million question. Should I give you a 5-minute break to think about it and then come back?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Okay, I know we've been going for a while. So let's do 8 after the hour, come back, around 8 after the hour, thinking about that question in particular.
Sorry, did I start something?
Didn't start anything, but I think a conversation is gonna, yeah, come naturally.
Well, I disappear and everybody goes dark. Sorry about that.
Well, everybody's on, I don't know if you know, on break, so for a couple more minutes.
Well, that's what I figured I started.
No. You probably just need a couple minutes to think about the next actionable items that FWP can do to encourage landowners who don't want to give access or folks who are hoarding elk on their land. And so they probably need at least 10 minutes, but we're only giving them 5. So. So while you're here, I will ask you, you mentioned it could possibly go into the communication one in particular. There was another recommendation that you were thinking that it could go into?
Which,
we already have the resources available. So I know that we said we'd hold it, but you also mentioned that there was another recommendation that it might get incorporated into, and I was just curious if you remembered which one that was.
I can't even remember which one I said might get incorporated or what statement or.
Oh yeah, so the FWP already has a robust library of resources available, making sure that individuals who need the information are able to access the information.
So the 6th recommendation that develop an education campaign to improve hunter and landowner ethics and relationships.
Gotcha. I see. Perfect. Thank you.
Kimberly.
Yes.
There's that one, and then there's the other one that Ian and I both worked on with the new landowner. And there was the education, and then there was the landowner
owning large tracts of land or hobby ranchettes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the third one.
That.
Yeah.
And I did get a comment from the sounding board that had to do with maybe creating a liaison position at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for different regions to work between those two. So I think it would probably tie in there really well.
Yep.
Okay, so maybe when the group comes back, so maybe I'll turn it to you, Stacy, to begin with that conversation and discussion. That might be just a good bouncing off point, because it seems like we could have that education component for those non-agricultural communities owning large tracts of land and hobby ranchettes, but then maybe an additional recommendation of having some liaison or something along those lines that you mentioned. So I'll turn it to you to start.
Okay.
And thank you.
So just a quick clarification, Stacy, would the liaison be part of one of the existing recommendations, or are you creating another recommendation?
It was just the feedback I had gotten from the sounding board. I think it could probably work into the landowner recommendation very easily.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so we are right at 8 after, but folks might take a second or two to come back. So when you do come back, please turn on your camera or let us know that you are here so that we know. Okay. So where we left off before the break, I'll talk slowly because we got a couple folks that we're still waiting for. So where we left it for the break was thinking about those landowners that we probably will never have access to the land, and then there are those those landowners that can have large populations, could be hoarding elk on their land in particular, and what are specific actions that FWP could take, recognizing that FWP cannot mandate landowners to do certain actions with their land in particular. And during our break, we had a quick chat with Stacy on some comments and feedback she received. So I'll turn it over to her. She has one quick actionable item that I think that you guys should hear. So Stacy, I'll turn it to you to start to kick off that conversation.
So the one recommendation that I kind of put together everything on was for the education program for the non-ag community. And we had actually talked about new landowners in there as well. And some of the feedback I got back from the sounding board revolved around possibly creating a liaison position at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks that would essentially be out in the community and be the person between the hunters and the landowners, that would kind of encompass all of that knowledge. And I think that would be a good place to work in, that yes, all of this information is already at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks website and available, but just having somebody with the knowledge of where it's at and to be able to point people in the right direction and and maybe add more social media to that as well. So I think it would work well underneath that education of non-ag community members and landowners.
Perfect. Thanks, Stacy. So that first actionable item that we could consider to address is really that liaison position. What are thoughts or reactions to that? Druska?
Well, first, I think it's a great idea. And then I had a question for the group. So do you think that the non-ag landowners that, big tracts of land, do you think they really, we talk about educating them. So that must mean the assumption is that they don't really understand what hoarding elk does for their neighbors or disease issues or any of the other community issues that would arise. Do they just not know, or do they just not care? So I don't know which one it is, and I'm sure there's a combination, but do you think the majority of them just don't know?
Really powerful question there, Druska. That will change your recommendations overall if you do an action or do education. So that's a very interesting question. I do see Race's hand up, but we'll circle back to that too. Race and then Chuck.
I guess first off for Druska, I'm not sure I don't think I know how to answer that question, unfortunately, because, I personally don't know any non-ag landowners in Montana that are big enough to hoard a lot of elk. So I know several people that have different philosophies on how they want to manage their private property rights. And once again, I'm sensitive to that. I think we talked about it and we want to protect property rights. But I guess the only thing I would say along those lines is that I think even when we have differences of opinion on how we're going to operate and manage our properties, I think if we have respect for one another, that over time we can make improvement. And so I think if we go about it the right way, I think, we can understand them better. They can understand us better. To get to Stacy's point on the liaison, like you said, I mentioned it, before today. That was mentioned in my comments as well. And so, the sounding board, has recommended that to us several times now on different responses. And so I think it's definitely worth our time to at least consider how FWP might be able to help out in several ways. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Race. Chuck?
So, yeah, I don't know how to answer that question either, Druska. I think all people care about something. Certainly, whether we can strike a nerve with those folks and say, look, if you don't get some kind of handle on this elk herd, you could risk losing the whole herd, or something like that. Most of the people that have made a lot of money are pretty intelligent, and if you speak to them logically, they will understand there's maybe something here I should be doing. I really like, it really comes down to public relations, and the liaison is really a great start. I think we can do what we can do there, and let it go at that. I think take a stab at it, and then if we don't prevail, to our satisfaction, so be it. We still operate under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, where we hold private property dear. And this group has never shown me any indication that they want to deviate from that. And for that, I'm grateful. So, yeah, let's do the public relations the best we can. Use the incentive programs that we have in place. And if a better one comes along, or if we can think of one, let's incorporate that as well.
So what I'm kind of hearing, and I see your race, we're circling around, yes, this liaison idea might be a great way to pair up with this recommendation in particular. We're not quite sure if it's a lack of information or they don't care. So really thinking about how that liaison person could address that. And Chuck was mentioning maybe talking about those incentive programs or whatever it may be based off of where that community and liaison determine in that space, maybe something along those lines. I know that was very eloquent. Race and then Ian. Race, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm back. So I think that was perfect. Chuck kind of said it, the incentive. I know Matt talked about it with comments, and other, even on the hunter safety program. And I think if we can figure out a way to incentivize programs and things is probably, the most ideal way to maybe make some progress there. Having said that, there's strong opinions in the groups that I've pulled here locally, Sportsman Group and other things, and even in the sounding board again, recommendations come out, and is that maybe some of these programs shouldn't apply to people that don't allow some public access, right? And so, that's one thing that we hear from the hunter side of us. There's quite a few of us in here on landowners and represent that side. But that's something that they bring up to me time and time again too, is, make sure that, when we have damage hunts and we have all these other programs going on that do help landowners in theory, make sure that they only apply to people that are participating and working with hunters. So something we need to sure be cognizant of.
So maybe that incentive program, really thinking about the incentives that allow that public access. So in those discussions, that might be something to really focus in on.
Yeah, it's going to have to work two ways.
Let's get Ian and then Matt.
I think Race just said that really, really well. I mean, I think that there's pretty common sentiment against or amongst hunters that, hey, as long as you're not trying to have your cake and eat it too, as long as you're not asking for depredation hunts and whatnot, and I don't know how much of this takes place, but this is just the sentiment that, as long as you're not asking to remove cow elk on your property yet still trying to sell a bull tag, whatever, if you don't fall into that category, then I think hunters in general are pretty on board with that. I guess just as far as the landowner education thing, I sent out the email and some of the correspondence on the new age landowner type discussion. I got contacted by some folks from that one Montana, and they have a pretty thorough document where they went through and talked all issues surrounding that. So I guess it's just throw it out there. If anybody it's a lengthy document. If anybody hasn't read it yet, I know it's a lengthy document, but it's pretty informative right on this topic. I thought it was a really good document.
Thanks, Ian. Matt?
So I don't want to open a can of worms here, but I think a lot of times we like to say that a lot of these places are not being hunted. Okay. And before I start, I'm not sticking up for this, but I'm just trying to get some clarity as far as a lot of these places are being hunted there. And then to say, I guess I need a definition of what the public is. Okay. So like a lot of these places, they are being hunted. They're being hunted by friends or family of these landowners. So if you say, for an example, are a quote member of the public and then become a friend of that landowner, are you now excluded from, are you no longer a member of the public? And is is that landowner not a member of the public? Are his friends not members of the public? I'm just, I just want to put that out there because I think it's real easy for us to lump everybody into this. There's the public and then there's the landowner. It's like this black and white line. And I don't necessarily see it that way all the time. So just more of a comment than anything.
Thanks, Matt. Chuck, you have your hand up. I didn't know if you wanted to address that in particular.
Yeah, so, we're getting into this a little bit and, kind of to follow up on Ray's comment, the rub comes in my world is what is access? Is access, the gates are swung open and, you still got to ask permission, but everybody gets to come. Is access, you can come and you can hunt cows, is access, I'm going to outfit it for 2 weeks and then I'm going to open up to the public. What is access and what is adequate access? So, you have to kind of define that before you just start making a judgment as to who qualifies in for late season hunts or for damage hunts or for that kind of thing. I don't know anybody that's done that or can do that. It's been a little bit subjective over the years. I don't know if we want to take a stab at that and throw it back to the commission or not. I'm going along here with Matt's comments. He approached it from the, what is the public? I'm approaching it from what is access. So those are tough, really tough questions, but they are kind of fundamental questions that can be at the crux of the matter.
Great insights. Great insights, Chuck. Let's hear what Drewska has to say, and then I'll try to circle back on some things.
So I agree with Chuck that, access can be a lot of things, and it might get a little difficult trying to even define that. It's my understanding that if you're going to have a damage hunt, you have to have allowed access or you don't qualify. A brucellosis mitigation hunt does not require access. And I would like that distinction to remain. Am I still right on that, Deb?
That's correct.
Because for me, disease trumps a lot of stuff. And I think landowners who have diseased wildlife need to be able to deal with them first and foremost, however is best, and then worry about access later. And those removals, those elk management removals that you can do for brucellosis, that's public hunting. They just don't, you just don't have the access requirement like you do with the damage hunt. And I don't want to see that change. And that might not sit well with public either.
Okay. So let's get Ian's comments, then I'll circle back, try to close this out, and then we'll hop over to block management, the recommendation that Ian presented. Ian.
This conversation, it just struck me. I don't know if everybody, I think Deb sent it out to everybody. Brian McCullough, he submitted a comment kind of requesting that FWP try to, in line with kind of some of the comments that we've had in this group and request for data, trying to quantify the extent of this problem. I feel like we're kind of, that issue that we're just talking about, we are kind of throwing darts at a moving target. It is kind of hard, granted, elk aren't stationary. They move from this property to the next, but that new age landowner hunter, new age landowner that's harboring elk, it's pretty tough to pin that one down without having, go back and look at Brian's email, but the number of elk on that property during rifle season, shoulder season, how, I don't know, trying to get a little bit more of a metric to gauge like where do our problems in the state exist. We don't feel like we truly there. I mean, there's a couple, you know, landowner names that you could throw out that everybody'd recognize and be like, oh, that may be part of it, but I don't know that we have that quantified very, very good. You know, that's going to take, you know, additional game counts and resources from FWP, but, you know, I guess trying to pinpoint that problem, you know, where, yeah, what landowners are causing that issue, I guess.
Okay. So I'm hearing a couple of different things. So really trying to figure out where the issues are, really trying to figure out what access means, and really trying to figure out what the public means. In this conversation and for these recommendations, do we need to have them defined, or can we say this is important for FWP to define and consider? I'm just trying to be mindful of where you guys want to go. Stephanie's nodding. Truska's got her hand up.
I'm not qualified to define access. I haven't a clue.
Okay. And Stephanie's nodding slightly to that. Thumbs up, maybe this is something or something not that we do. We leave these definitions for FWP to figure out in particular. When they're doing any incentive programs or things along those lines, what is access, defining where the specific problem is, and what is the public? Are we comfortable with that? I see you have your hand up.
Kimberly, if I might.
Yeah, please
So
do.
access is going to be, I bet if you asked all of us to go through an exercise and write down our definition of access, you're going to have 12 different answers.
I know.
It's really not definable by logic. It will be maybe defined someday by legislation. Mm-hmm. And that will be a battle of epic proportions. So for us to come up with the answer, not happening here, I don't think. I just don't think we can do that.
Okay. So maybe leaving these up for when we're talking about incentive programs and allowing access for the public or identifying by the key issue, maybe that shouldn't be defined by us because we'll get a bunch of different answers. Maybe we need to leave that for space to be discussed in the future with FWP. Deb is on camera.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to that, you know, quality access. I think that phrase was developed by this group initially, I think maybe on that first day. So, you know, it's, if you guys want to change it, change it. You know, if you just want to call it access, call it access. If you want to call it, I think there was a move to call it opportunity a few weeks ago or a few meetings ago. So yeah, I agree, Chuck. I mean, and Droska, I think there's a bunch of different definitions. And if you guys choose not to define it, because I think you guys actually can, if you choose to, the way you see it for this group and to balance hunter landowner interests, I think you can choose to define it. But if you don't want to tackle that huge elephant, then, you know, calling it access, I think is fine too.
So circling back to this idea where we have this liaison position that would be between the community and the landowners, and they would share information. We think about that incentive programs that allows that public access, however it should be defined, and pinpointing where those specific areas are. Are we comfortable pulling that in to say, Stacy, this is going to go under your development education program for the non-agricultural community owning large tracts of land or hobby ranchettes? And I'll tease that out really quickly, actually. First, are we comfortable with that cluster of ideas together as a recommendation? And then secondarily, are we comfortable with it getting moved into that recommendation that Stacy's working on? So really thinking about that liaison position between the landowners, FWP, especially with folks who are hoarding elk on their property or won't give access to their land. Evaluating if that's the lack of information or they just don't care, and thinking about using those incentive programs to allow public access, and that will be not defined by this group, but allowing for public access for those specific issues. Are we comfortable with that as a recommendation? Did we stun everybody to silence? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
So I think I'm okay with putting it in that recommendation. It's the third recommendation that says develop an education program. And
Yeah.
if we're going to put the liaison in there, then I think we have a much better chance of having that work, because then you're going to have somebody at their door saying, this is what we need from you. Can you deliver?
Thank you, Juska. So I hear Juska's supporting it. I'm going to try to rephrase it because I want to make sure I'm pulling all of you along with me. So we were talking about that some areas of land we will never have access to. Some folks hoard elk on their property. So thinking about having a liaison position in FWP would be the first step that FWP could really take to be that link between the community, the issues with the hunters and landowners. They would be able to evaluate if the situation is really about a lack of information or the landowners don't really care. And they would also try to use incentive programs to allow for that public access, even though we know in this space, public and access may be defined specifically by that program or whatnot. Did that make more sense? I need a nod at least from Matt because he shook his head no.
I guess maybe I was confused. Are you saying the liaison will be between the big landowners and the Fish and Game to explain it to them? Or because I guess I mean, maybe Ray should speak to that exactly, because I thought the liaison was going to be to help coordinate the hunting and take some of the burden off of the landowners who are allowing access. But
I think there's both.
So let's explain that. Druska, how would that
Well,
work?
I mean, I think you need, okay, so it's not up to the biologist to connect with all of these landowners. He may go along with the liaison, introduce himself, whatever, but the liaison is somebody totally separate, associated with FWP, that would then go in and say, so in this community, the fact that you have all these elk on your property are creating this issue. Is there a way that we can work together? Whatever. You might even get these properties together. I think it's happened around here before, where you get 3 or 4 properties together that allow public access to hunt because they're all in agreement on what they're trying to do. So if you can take the pressure off of everybody if you have the liaison doing that. You also might end up with a liaison then, or a hunt coordinator that takes the pressure off of landowners in a whole different situation where you have, you know, they already are allowing hunting, but it's wearing them down because they can't do all of the footwork that it takes to line up the hunters, answer the phone calls, take the hunters out because they don't know the area, all of that kind of stuff. So I see 2 different positions.
Did that clarify that, Matt? Are we all clear on this? Druska's clear. Okay. So having this liaison who's associated with FWP, working with the community, recognizing that there are issues in their space, recognizing there might be incentives to work together to address those specific issues. At the same time, there could be a hunter coordinator who also helps with those issues that the landowner is dealing with because they're already allowing access. They're already overburdened with all of the different issues associated with allowing additional individuals onto their property and whatnot. We're asking if this is okay, we're good with this. Can I get a thumbs up, thumbs down as a recommendation? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Stacy, what are you at? Okay. Second question is, can we put this into develop an education program for the non-agricultural community owning large tracts of land or hobby ranchettes? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Stacy's got a thumbs down. Ray, Scott, and Druska. Scott?
So I think the hunt coordinator goes into the 6th recommendation and the liaison goes into the 3rd.
Okay. So if we split out the hunt coordinator, that goes into the 6th recommendation. Can you tell me which one that is, Druska?
Develop an education campaign to improve hunter landowner ethics and relationships. So,
okay.
Yeah. So the coordinator would help get the two together to do the hunts.
So we'll pull these two apart then. Okay, so the liaison, are we comfortable with going into the develop education program for the non-agricultural community owning large tracts, land, or hobby ranchettes? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Brett, Scott, Steve. Okay, cool. Okay, so the liaison for the hunter coordinator, we're pulling these apart now. We'll go into develop an education campaign to improve hunter landowner ethics and relationships. Is that where you wanted it, Druska?
That's where I threw it, unless somebody's got a better idea.
Who likes that idea? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Got a Matt. I feel like you guys are at a point of exhaustion. You're just sort of. I need Ian, Chuck, Race, Brett. Okay, Chuck. Chuck, where are you at? Okay. And then Ian one more time. Okay, so we'll pull those apart. And so Stacy and Ian, you get both of those to be incorporated into your recommendations overall. We do have the last component of that communication piece. We'll hold on that for a sec. And then let's talk a little bit about the block management recommendation that Ian brought forward. So Ian developed a type 3 block management recommendation that was sent out to you. Ian, do you want to briefly describe what that is so that we can have a bit of context behind it?
Yeah, I guess kind of my idea, and there's maybe it's not called type 3 block management. I got some feedback from some of the One Montana folks that anyway, kind of maybe that it's kind of like the access yes or something along those lines. But I guess regardless, I guess me sitting back, coming up with an idea is I wanted to come up with something that was outside of the current system, kind of outside some of the, I don't know, bureaucracy, whatever hoops that allowed I would say 90% of what was discussed in today's, conversation could potentially be incorporated into this, where, a landowner, so they at the grassroots, it would be a program where a hunter would elect to undergo elective training, education, whatever. Hopefully that stuff would be set up by, FWP, something maybe similar to the master hunter program, I guess as far as the field or the training curriculum for that. And then a landowner would be then able to, that would just qualify you to participate in that system. You have base training that you pay for, or maybe there's, some funding from the block management program, but you go through a base level of training first, and then that allows you to participate in that system. And then that's where the landowner can basically come up with all their specifics that, like, I would allow hunting if, this, and this happened. And that would be kind of an interactive dashboard where I think, and I guess my big kind of outside the box idea is that I personally think this has to be, I want to clarify that I think going down this route, you have to kind of take a pot of money and maybe put this out for like kind of public bid to, say if I want to hunt Aaron's property, and Aaron is frustrated with all the obscene hours for phone calls and other stuff that you would do a well done video recording of kind of all his rules, regulations, maybe Google Earth fly through, explain the property boundaries, etc., and have that like a specific, like a property specific training packet, module, whatever, that would be a prerequisite for hunting that property. You'd put in for a draw for that property. You'd say, hey, I want to hunt Aaron's property, and you'd put your name in the hat. There'd be a draw. You'd have to go through that training stuff, and then there would be an interactive dashboard where I think you could, leverage the app, something where, that landowner would be able to put in their specific, requirements for hunting their property to hopefully open up properties that were previously, not available for public hunting with their specific rules. Maybe it's 5 people a year get to hunt that, but they go through this other stuff, and they have the ability to kind of regulate things on a little bit more personal level. If it rains one day, they could send out a message through the app with people that signed up and said, hey, these roads are closed, or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I think it could go in any number of directions, but basically creating a new program to try to address the landowner's personal concerns that they have, the barriers to entry, is kind of like the idea behind that. Hopefully, some of that made sense. Hopefully, maybe I did a better job in writing it up, and then, I guess, yeah, leaving it very open-ended for a landowner to say, yeah, I'd allow hunting, but, I want to see this, and then have a program that's able to quickly react to that. And then it's kind of free market kind of deal, where if I think as a hunter, if I think that's ridiculous, that I don't want to jump through all those hoops or whatever, then move along. I don't, it doesn't, you don't have to hunt that property. So anyway, hopefully that made a little bit of sense, and maybe I don't know how many people have looked through the recommendation, but I guess turn it back over to group discussion.
Let's start with any questions for Ian, and I see Matt has his hand up.
So would you be trying to incentivize like higher quality landowners? I would presume, or would there be any qualifications for ranches to get into this? And I would presume the answer would be yes. And I would see this as an opportunity to increase habitat. I mean, you could have, there's a lot of programs out there already that could kind of piggyback with this, like through NRCS programs and stuff, of people set aside using their rotational grazing, maybe if they agree to adhere to certain production practices, that they could get a larger incentive that would benefit the rancher. Their land probably could use some rest anyway, and it's going to increase habitat for wildlife and make it a substantially better hunting quality experience.
I mean, I think yes. I think you would want to have it set up to where it would address all spectrums. There may be somebody out there that, like, man, they want to be a type 1 block management, but there's one thing that they would, it's their habitat is, marginal, whatever. They don't have a lot of animals. They allow some hunting, but there's like one little thing that they, little fly in the ointment that they don't currently don't allow public hunting. Well, have something that you can address that individual concern, all the way up to, hey, I have a very, kind of prestigious ranch that, has an incredibly, high, quality access to harvest, whatever, whatever that metric is, something that you could, I have in there that that if you had some hunters or somebody kind of rank those properties to kind of, say, yeah, this is like an A+ hunting opportunity, everybody wants to pitch in. And threw this over to Heath. I have some stuff in there, kind of like, you know, basically where a landowner can name their price. He wasn't thinking that was a great idea, but I'm trying to have something where, and I'm kind of on the fence there, but if money is the issue that's preventing that landowner from allowing hunting, then name your price. If it's the fact that you don't spray weeds off your, you know, I want a receipt from the car wash that you have sprayed weeds prior to entering my property, then check that box, and that's the required, you know, very flexible system that would allow basically landowners to set the rules and then hunters to react and decide to jump through the hoops or not.
So we have Scott, Heath, and then Chuck.
So I just want to see make sure I'm getting this again. So basically you're looking for a block management program that focuses on quality acres versus quantity acres, kind of a thing.
Well, yes, but I don't think that has to be a definitive, like if you have, like I think you could, if your land wasn't that productive and you wanted to allow public hunting, but you had some hangups that you needed to be addressed, you could address that even if it wasn't, a real quality experience. But you can also, if you had very quality land that you, I guess I don't want to put boundaries on that, but I'd want for there to be incentive for all aspects of landowners to enroll in the program, just so they had peace of mind that my concerns were being met. Maybe that'd be a better way to, state it. You have rules for your property, a system where you could, have an interactive dashboard where you could, communicate with hunters kind of, in a draw or whatever, and, make it clear that these are my rules if you want to hunt. And then they could choose to participate in that. And if they, the quality of the experience would just, kind of dictate how much interest you got in that property.
Heath?
Yeah. I like the overall idea. I think it's trying to get a little too cute a little bit. I think the videography part of it, as far as like flying the property boundaries or whatever, so people could pull it up on their phone and kind of know what they're looking at, is a decent thing. Every block management, for the most part, when you sign in, has a map, and on the back of it are the rules of the property. So it's not like guys don't know the rules. If they don't know the rules, it's just a lack of effort for them reading the back of the piece of paper. Now, as far as having up-to-date details like, hey, it rained, please don't drive on these roads, that's fine. But I think that's also something we could just lump in if there was some sort of liaison, like we're talking, that is overseeing the property. That'd be something to be pretty easy for them to manage themselves. My concern as far as the name your price deal is, the way you've got it right now, Ian, is, it would be funded through some sort of license fee, right? Like you could pay $10 to be eligible for properties. Well, or $50 or whatever it may be. That's fine. But at that point, we're basically asking the public to fund this guy's lease. He could say, oh, okay, last year I generated $50 a day per hunter. Now this year I'd like to generate $500 a day per hunter. Well, pretty quick, all we did was we allowed FWP or whoever it may be to basically market this piece for him. It's basically part of a land trust at that point. We're not really promoting access. We're just promoting this guy being able to, name his price, which is, and I have no problem if somebody wants to lease, block management, whatever they want to do, but I don't think that we should be asking the public to fund it. And I think that that's the route we'd be going.
I obviously messed up and when I typed that up. That wasn't my intent at all. I feel like there'd be an elective portion where you would, kind of like the warm water fish stamp, like I said, where you would pay, or bow hunter stamp or whatever, where you would there would be a base requirement where it would, a lot of the landowner training and whatnot to go through. You pay $10, $50, whatever, and then you go through some base training, and then that qualifies you to participate in the type 3 system. Beyond that, it's up to the landowner specifically, where we would encourage free access. That would be the goal. But then if a landowner said, hey, money is the only thing that's going to bring me to the table, or a bull tag is the only thing that's going to bring me to the table, then that is for that individual hunter that chooses to put in for that property. If it costs $100 a day to hunt, or 500 or whatever it is, that would be that individual landowner and individual hunter that are making that decision. And so I would not agree with what you just said also, where we would be funding payment for that out of kind of like a general fund.
Got you.
Let's get
Gotcha.
Chuck's. Oh, sorry, Heath.
No, you're good. I was done.
So let's get Chuck's question and see what our next steps are.
Yeah, so Ian, am I right? This will basically be self-funded by the users. Is that correct?
That would be my hope. And I hear that, some of the background information and whatnot, I guess getting the infrastructure set up, if the block management pot of money is flush, it'd be great to, kind of set up some of the parameters for this. But my hope would be to try to, have it self-funded. So it's, it's not a drain to anybody. It's content, third-party content that's produced, and it would be the hunters electing to participate in that system.
Okay, so if that were to happen, if the hunters themselves funded it, would it be your hope then, or your objective, to actually have less hunters on that class 3 block management and increase the quality? Because the rub you have with block management, in fact, a lot of people call it block mismanagement. I mean, it's just people going on there shooting whatever they can get shot because it's too much competition. And that's kind of my rub with block management. Is that part of this?
Yeah, no, I think it very much is. I think it would very much be part of it. Like, you, Chuck, for your property, if you felt like what was sustainable would be, 2 parties of 2 people each per day that could hunt your property, and you could maintain a quality experience, then that would just be what the parameters for, there'd be, 4 slots each day, or what, 4 people that could hunt my property each day. There would be a randomized draw that, you could put in, hey, I want to hunt Chuck's ranch. I put my name in the hat, you get selected. And then, so you as the landowner would control that. And then as the hunter, I could say, well, you're crazy. You think you can have 500 hunters out there a day? I'm not going to waste my time, because there's not going to be any game that's on there. It's going to be blown off. So I'm going to go on to the next draw, put my name in the hat for somebody else. So I think that the landowner would get to initially set it, and then the hunters could react, and they would just choose.
It kind of becomes market.
You would get interest or not interest based on the quality of the experience.
I got it. Thank you.
So I think Brent had his hand up but took it down. Nothing to say? No. Up again, you're on mute.
Okay, I guess I appreciate all that work you put into this, Ian. It was a lot of description there. the more you talk about it, the more this sounds like any landowner who wants this type of extra babysitting over hunters. And you mentioned cash as an incentive. If cash is the issue, they've already probably got an outfitter working that private land. From my experience, the groups that have gone out of block management for many reasons, if they still wanted it hunted by the public and some more money, they've found outfitters. And so I don't know how much of a niche that this block 3 will find. I think you'll find a few, but it might be very few. That's my main concern.
So what are our next steps with this recommendation? Stephanie, you're on mute.
Sorry. I think we had a couple new ones come through, and maybe we should kind of do what we did with the other ones that we're supposed to be reviewing today, and maybe put them out to the sounding board. I know there were, I think, 3 or 4 that hadn't been put out yet. Maybe put those newer ones out to the sounding board, collect comments and address those, and start working through the other ones that we've got on this list. We've got some that I think are going to take a lot of time to discuss, and we're down to 3. So
Is that what y'all want to do? Send it to the sounding board? Are you comfortable with this one going as is? I see just guys, Stacy and Brett. Okay, so we'll send it to the sounding board as is and go forward, see what the comments are. Okay. Do you guys want to take a 5-minute break really quickly before we jump into the next recommendations? I know you guys were a little bit tired earlier, or do you want to just jump right in? Keep going, sister.
Just keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So our next set of recommendations that we're going to talk about really is the pick your weapon, pick your area, the promote focused damage hunts, then the collaboration between FWP, the Forest Service, and Habitat, reduce the length of hunting seasons in Montana, expect the FWP biologists to sit down with the landowners in a working group style to discuss elk, and then the additional one that Matt and Scott were working on, the private elk tag, private cow tag, that we changed the name of that one too. So we'll start with, I believe, Heath and Chuck on the pick your weapon, pick your area. What actions do you need from us here on that one to move forward?
So basically from the feedback Chuck and I got, we had, I think, 16-ish comments, plus 2 calls. Pretty mixed reviews. There's a few people that were completely against it, a few people that were very much for it, and then a bunch in between. You know, one thing we've seen a fair amount of was adjustments to season structure a little bit. And so we came, you know, based on one comment we got, we kind of morphed it a little bit. And, you know, kind of what we had was to maybe structure it to where we could incentivize some cow elk hunting in the season. So still be a choose your weapon deal, possibly with archery season being the month of September, rifle season being the month of November, and then some form of private land only cow hunting in October. And part of the thought there was that, you know, there would be some incentive if you're an archery hunter and you don't shoot a cow, or you don't shoot an elk, or even if you do, you're still eligible to hunt that cow private land only season. And that incentivizes you, well, if you don't kill anything in bow season, to go out there and try to you know, get some access and kill a cow, because that's going to be your only meat for the year. Same with rifle season. You know, if somebody wants to hunt cow elk before it, they can, and then perhaps they've filled the freezer and they're not, you know, they're more selective in rifle season, or whatever their process may be. That was kind of our, you know, kind of what we came up with based on the comments we received. You know, just some general stuff I put at the bottom, just over the counter buteg is for October season. So I guess I don't really know for sure, but we would definitely need it in over objective units, and maybe units that are at objective. This proposal has no effect on backcountry rifle seasons. Non-residents wouldn't be able to purchase a cow tag without holding a combo license. And that was based on the comment Paul Ellis made last time, where there's, I don't remember, 3,100 or 3,500 roughly LP licenses sold to non-residents. And it's not a substantial number when you're talking about the overall hunters, but it is it is additional people coming to hunt Montana that don't really have a combo tag. And then the last part of it was that this proposal wouldn't necessarily affect shoulder seasons. And I did put in there, I didn't get a chance to talk to Chuck later today, but I know in an earlier meeting, Chuck had mentioned maybe getting rid of the August shoulder season. So maybe we could still do that and just have the late shoulder seasons. I'm not sure, but that was kind of what we came up with. So I guess up for your guys' feedback, or Chuck, if you have anything to add.
Well, not really, but I will mention a couple things. We really in Montana right now in the archery season, in a lot of areas, we do have pick your area because we have first and only choice. So we would be moving some of the archers into, into that situation. And it doesn't seem to be drawing a lot of opposition at this point. There was also some, we got about 16, actually we got about 13 comments on what we asked for. And we got a lot of comments about stuff we didn't ask for, but that's fine. We talked, some people talked about bifurcated seasons, where we actually split seasons into segments. There was some support for that. One of the things that came to light with me, and I think probably with Heath too, is a lot of the folks that opposed pick your weapon or pick your area were worried about losing their traditional hunting opportunities. I get that. I understand that. The problem is, if we're going to move the needle on elk management, we maybe have to let some of the traditions go and form new ones. That's not easy to do. But that came to light in some of the comments. Some folks, just wanted to move to more access routes, corner crossings, or whatever they could get. That, probably would be a difficult one. One person wanted open season on wolves. That's fairly common kind of a comment. That's really about it. So I don't know what to do with this. Well, I guess what we want to do is hear from this group, and you haven't had much time to look it over or think about it. So I don't know if today is the day to do that. It took us a while to compile all this stuff and give you some kind of something solid you could base on. And what's Heath laid out is what we came up with. Now, that's not etched in stone. There's other ways to go. We could drop the pick your choice of weapon. We could go to pick your area. We could do nothing. We could do a lot of things. I will say this though: if we are to move the needle on elk management, it's going to take a bold step. Let's be clear here. Whatever we send to the Fish and Game of this kind of magnitude, it's going to take more vetting by that agency and by the commission. And it's going to take some public comment, because you can't force this out and expect it to be accepted, because it's really a big change. So this would come as a recommendation, in my opinion, would come as a recommendation back to FWP, and then they would have to have it vetted very thoroughly before this would be accepted by the resident hunters of Montana. So If anybody's got enough knowledge about this to ask questions, both of us would stand for questions. And if not, maybe think about it, and we could, Kimberly, we probably could have a better, thorough discussion on it next week.
Sounds good. Yeah. So it seems like one thing that we're running up against is with the short time period, then we get that information in right beforehand and folks don't have enough time to review it before a meeting. So I really like that course of action of let's review the content that Chuck and Heath provided, and then we can circle back in our next meeting to make sure that if we have any additional questions or moving forward, what that can look like. Stephanie, I did see your hand up. Did you have a question or comment that you wanted to?
I did. I read it earlier on, and instantly the selfish part of me was like, oh, I don't want to give up a couple weeks of archery season. But honestly, this is when you think about it, this is a very innovative idea that would disperse hunters, it would disperse elk. Gosh, I mean, I can't say that I like it, to be honest. So good job, guys, on working on that. It's very creative and very innovative. I think with the right messaging, if it's something we do want to pursue, I think it's something that obviously the public will instantly have heartburn over, because it does feel like you're giving away, one way or the other. But in the beginning of this, I mean, that's part of where we're at right now, is we're all going to have to give up a little bit to make Montana hunting better again. And this is an innovative way of looking at it.
If I might just follow up on that just a minute. One thing that you won't give up is the opportunity to kill an elk with a rifle. You'll do your archery hunt. You'll probably look for a pretty good bull during archery, knowing that in October, if you've developed those relationships, you can get on private land and put a cow in the freezer. So it's not like I'm just archery hunting and I'm done. No, that's not the way it'll be. So I like that caveat that we've put into this.
One more thing, Chuck. On top of that, there's a lot of hunters in this state that are still just rifle hunters. And they're technically, with this deal, gaining a week a season. Right now, rifle season's 5 weeks. They would have the whole month of November, which, could be 4.5 weeks itself. Plus they're gaining 2 weeks of cow season, potentially, if they want to take advantage of that as well. So you're not getting a full 11 weeks if you are an archery and rifle hunter, which I know a lot of people are. But if you're strictly a rifle hunter, technically you're not really losing anything.
Yeah.
Thanks, Heath. I think we have one question or comment from Ian.
Ian's got a question.
Yeah, I guess I don't know more as much of a question, but I guess we received as a group a pretty kind of to go along the lines of what Stephanie was saying. When you actually see it on paper, it kind of like takes your breath away, looking at like, oh wow, what does this mean to what I've kind of experienced in Montana with that 3-month-long all access kind of pass to archery hunt, rifle hunt, whatever. And we received a pretty pointed comment on developing this idea in particular as limiting choosing your weapon, whatever. I guess I'd want to make a statement that where to me to get behind this, I'm okay with this going forward, because I think it's a step that might need to be considered, but it only needs to be considered due to FWP's inactivity and unwillingness to promote habitat quality, try to get elk back on public land, and provide a quality experience for that public land hunter. I guess that's my perspective. I'm willing to get behind this, but I would much prefer that we go down the route of promoting our public lands and trying to get elk back on those public lands. But the situation that we're in right now, if we don't make any drastic measures, then something like this, I think, is kind of our only next option in order to keep the quality of the experience up.
Thanks, Ian. I do think that just, I mean, this doesn't pertain to the whole state, but I do think in parts of this state, part of our issue is the fact that we literally chase elk around for 6 months. I do think that 1 month break on public land may, I don't guarantee anything, but it may have some sort of impact on the public land hunting. It may improve the fact that there could be elk that move back to public because that's where the refuge is. At least, who knows? Maybe that's one day. Maybe open day rifle season, they all get shot at and they all run back. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that, but I do think it is maybe has a benefit to the public land side of it as well. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, thank you, Heath and Chuck, for taking those questions. And I think Scott has one more comment or question.
Well, that just raised a question in my, Heath, there's nothing in this that would say that private land cow hunting stops at the end of October, correct? So during the general season, you'd actually have on private land, you'd still be hunting cow elk for 8 weeks, correct?
I think if you were an archery hunter, you would only be able to hunt that October season. You'd have all of September and then that October season.
Sure, but as far as pressure on private ground, there's nothing that says that private property people have to stop pursuing cow elk in November.
Correct. Yep. Correct.
So for steps moving forward, please read the comments and notes that Heath and Chuck provided. I sent them to you during this meeting today, so you should have access to those. Please review those. Any thoughts, questions, comments, tweaks, or changes, if you could submit them to Chuck and Heath to let them know. And then we can have a robust discussion in our next meeting to see if we solidify this recommendation or how we want to move forward. Does that sound like our course of action for this one? Okay, perfect. Okay, we'll do that. I didn't get full thumbs up, but I'm going to go with it. I'm going to just roll with it. So the next one is promote focused damage hunts, which is Stephanie was working on that one.
So I got about 13 comments, and again, most of them were on topic. There was a few that weren't, which is again okay. It's good to see. Most folks were very okay with no non-residents on the list, and localizing it a little bit, putting a radius on it. Like if you gave options, so localize it like you're within 100 miles and or you can reply within 24 hours. I think that was kind of the two caveats. That way it still would give other people who are responsive and willing to participate. I think a lot of folks just talked about being able to expedite the process, so getting rid of the red tape, which this would kind of help alleviate. So when people were signing up, again, they check one of those boxes. Again, a hunt coordinator was mentioned a couple of the comments, so that was something folks were kind of looking for. Providing B tags for those participants so they didn't have to use their general tag. I know some of the damage hunts folks are asked to use their general tag, and especially those early season damage hunts, people aren't willing to do that. Mandatory reporting when you harvest was something that was mentioned. I know in Region 4, our biologist does have us mandatory report, so I don't know how that is in other areas if they're not doing that. A few comments were saying to make it value added and charge a fee, so that way folks are more serious when they sign up, so that way you have to think it through before you sign up and you're not just, oh, it's free opportunity to hunt some private land. You actually are kind of committing and putting your money where your mouth is, that you're committed to show up. And then the other thing was either extending the sign up period or having a second sign up period. So there would be this early season where they're like right now their sign up is between June 15th and July 15th, have that be through the end of December, and then have a second period some point in the fall where people could sign up for January through April damage hunts. just to kind of, those folks who didn't fill their freezer, maybe they could go back in and sign up. Those were kind of the overarching comments.
Thanks, Stephanie. Any questions for Stephanie before we pick next steps and actions? Any questions? Okay, Stephanie, what do you need from this committee? What are our next steps for you?
I think we could just kind of clean up the recommendation, kind of incorporating these bullet points. And I think that could go to vote in one of our future meetings.
So you'll work to clean up the bullet points and send it out to the group so they can review it maybe in our next meeting. Maybe give them a week or so to review it.
Yep.
Okay. Chuck, you have your hands up.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted is I haven't followed all these recommendations like I should because I've spent a lot of time on the other ones. So it would be nice to get those in front of us and have us have time to really look those over. And I'm really not ready to make a decision on that yet, just because I'm not sure of myself. So that's all I was wanting to say. We'll have to have opportunity to study these thoroughly. That's what I was wanting.
Yeah, I think that we need to move to a space where we give folks at least a couple days, preferably, a week to look at the recommendations before we solidify them in this group in particular. So I know that that's a lot of pressure and outside work on you guys, but I do think that it's important that you guys can look it over, provide any comments or feedback up front and review it so we don't have to live read it or anything along those lines. I think that that'd be very helpful if we could move into that pattern. So we'll get those, Stephanie will work to clean up the promote focused damage hunts, and she'll have those recommendations to us shortly, and we'll consider reviewing it in our next meeting. Anyone not okay with that as a path forward? Okay. So this one I need a little bit of help on. It is the collaboration between FWP and the Forest Service for Habitat. I originally had that Stephanie and Stacy were working to develop that, and then Ian sent a recommendation, and I think that it's similar. I'm not quite sure. I'll turn it over to you guys. What's going on?
It was Ian and Stephanie, and I jumped in on it, so it's the same.
Okay. So Ian and Stephanie made that one. Okay, let me change. Let's do that. Okay. So that one was submitted. Do you guys want to talk a little bit about that, or? Stephanie?
I'm going to take no credit for this one. I dropped the ball on it completely, and I'll openly admit it. So I'm super sorry, Stacy and Ian.
Okay.
Well, I kind of just took the wind out of everybody's sails and just hammered away at the keyboard for this one. I guess I probably sound like a broken record at this point on this one, but I think we're really missing the boat on seeing, we spend a lot money on a lot of stuff in this state and whatnot, and increasing habitat quality is something that we don't do. So that's kind of the motivation behind the recommendation from a personal standpoint. I think we need to call out the elephant in the room and say that, hey, well, no wonder an elk doesn't want to hang out on Forest Service land, because the private land's higher forage quality. Like, no wonder they're gonna go to private. And I think we should be spending some of our dollars, towards promoting habitat quality on public lands, and that helps all, non-consumptive users, everybody across the board. I mean, I think that helps. Deb, I hit you up with an email kind of requesting some additional budget stuff. You did send me over the the stuff, kind of like the general budget, but do we know, I guess I know that there's some specific programs on WMAs where we spend money on habitat enhancement, but like what
so
we have available, and
So I sent that to the budget staff and they're still working on it. It's not easy to tease out just, so you asked about habitat work and boots on the ground. Habitat work is habitat work. It's not necessarily habitat work for elk necessarily.
Well, and I guess that
So
would, I don't know that we need to separate it out for elk because I think a rising tide floats all boats. So I wouldn't want to create extra effort that, oh, this is money earmarked for elk. But I guess maybe it's just a misconception and maybe it's something that needs to go into the public education campaign. But like as a hunter, I feel like my tag dollars don't contribute anything back into enhancing the quality of the public land habitat. I don't feel like that happens, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys are doing a lot more, but I think some money could get spent doing, or more money could get spent doing that, and there could be more constructive conversations that take place between FWP and the Forest Service to try to, move in a common direction.
mm-hmm. And so our money is not spent on Forest Service. It's spent on our lands. But they are going to get me that budget information by the end of the week for you.
It looks like we have a lot of hands up. We might need to dive in a little bit more in the intent and what we're trying to achieve with this recommendation. I think that there might be a couple different thoughts. Let's get Heath, then Matt, then Chuck, then Druska, and then Stephanie.
So yeah, Deb just answered the budget question. But there are different grants and things like that out there through different organizations. I know that like the Mule Deer Foundation, Elk Foundation have both contributed money for winter range type projects, just down here in Southwest Montana. It might be worth diving into what Utah does. They do more habitat work than any state I've ever seen. You can drive through southern Utah and there is more juniper chaining going on than you can shake a stick at. So I don't know how they fund it or what they do in that aspect, but it'd be interesting to know. They're pretty proactive about it. Last year I was down there on a mule deer hunt and we started kind of digging into it. I think last year alone, they chained 100,000 acres. I doubt we've done 100,000 acres of habitat work in Montana in a while. So I think I'd just be curious to know if there's a way to dig into that and see if there's any benefit or how they fund it even.
So maybe looking at Utah's work as a model for this recommendation in particular. Okay, Matt, Chuck, Druska, Stephanie.
So I guess this is for Deb. What kind of collaboration is there right now between FWP and all of the other agencies, like land management agencies, and do they share resources and do they work together at all right now?
Yeah, and we do in that we provide technical expertise to their plans. So when they revise the Custer Gallatin National Forest Plan and the Helena Lewis and Clark Forest Plan, we had, I can't tell you how many meetings with them providing input specifically on elk habitat, winter range. So we do that, but we don't collaborate in terms of providing funding to help that. They have their own pots of money to burn, to clear, to whatever, but we generally, I can't think of any time that we really help with that. State agencies are a little bit different. We can collaborate a lot easier that way with pots of money. And I don't know how much we actually do that with DNRC. We definitely work on plans together, like I said, and provide our technical expertise, but generally the money that we spend on habitat is on our FWP owned lands or conservation easements, but not other owned lands.
Okay.
Chuck, Druska, and Stephanie.
Yeah, so Ian, what kind of projects, given the golden goblet, what kind of project would you want first? I mean, what is the key to spending good money to get good habitat? Where is that?
You're on mute, Ian.
Sorry.
There you go.
I guess the question would be like, what sort of things, maybe Chuck, do you do on your property that you feel like would enhance things? I mean, I think we see a lot of conifer encroachment in Montana. I think we have a lot of beetle kill issues. Areas that we do see prescribed burns, particularly in the Northwest, we've had not only natural caused wildfires, but then we have a lot of prescribed burns that have taken place that it's a one and done. It burns, whether it's man-made or natural, and then we walk away from that and we don't ever come back to that again. And now you have massive amounts of blowdown, in addition to lodgepole regrowth, a bunch of larch other stuff, locally. So you have, stuff that I'm a skinny guy and I can't get my shoulders through the forest because the regrowth is so thick. So to me, in that situation, the only thing that can happen is you reburn that. I'd be willing to donate, my weekends if the state, if they've got a state nursery, whatever, after that's burned a second time, go out and get the dogwood canes and other mountain maple and that sort of stuff. Go replant some of these winter grounds. I think that's what I see taking place in the Northwest. In other areas in the state, I mean, if alfalfa fields and other stuff are in it, it's probably be tough for people to get on board with. But if alfalfa is what is attracting the elk to the private property, plant a chunk of alfalfa on the public and get them off of that. I don't know. I mean, do something, or maybe it's a natural, high, native plant species that's high forage quality or something. It just seems like we're missing the boat a little bit on.
I don't think you'd have to plant alfalfa. And so you asked, and I hate to interrupt, but we got to kind of keep going. You asked what I do on my private land. Well, not a lot of it is forested, and what was forested over the last 100 years, and we've owned the ranch longer than that, there's never been much on it anyway, cattle or elk. So they've really never been there. Where they have been on our private land, as well as in our forest permit, is on the naturally open parks. And they're still there. And what the elk like to do is follow my cows, because my cows will go in and they'll graze that. And then those elk just naturally let that grow back 2 or 3 inches. And then they just follow those cows through that whole cycle. And I can almost take a movie of it. It's interesting to watch. So one thing we don't want to do is take cattle off forest permits, because that's providing good habitat for the cows. I think you're exactly right on burning. We just burned 22,000 acres up here. I think we're going to have great habitat for 5 or 6 years, and then it's going to start falling down and you won't be able to walk through it. So, I don't know the answer to the question, Ian. That's why I interrupted you, but I do know that cattle are part of that equation.
Yeah, I've seen that in some areas where I see them moving around. I think there's a limit to that, and where there's probably a lot of misperceptions from the hunting community. But when those cattle are still on that property and late in September, kind of seems like too much of a good thing, goes in the opposite direction. But
We've got two, Chuck shaking his head, but we'll just go with Chuska and Stephanie in order to move along kind of quickly and see where we need to go with this one in particular.
So I think, the gist of this recommendation is that there should be more partnering and collaboration between FWP and others. I think it's a big ask to put federal agencies down on the list, because I think that's just a big ask. I think that the ask should be partner with the state agencies, partner with groups like Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and, you know, those types to get things done on the properties that we have in the state. And I think the expectation should also be that the WMAs are actually cared for. I mean, we have one that we are on all the time, not with cattle, we farm it. And no offense to FWP, but they take terrible care of this land. And so if we could just reiterate to FWP to manage your weeds, manage your fencing so that, you know, you're not allowing cattle in where they shouldn't be or whatever. I mean, conifer encroachment, weeds on your own properties, if they even got that done, Ian, that would be amazing. And so I think that there is habitat improvement that can occur within FWP's own lands, and that would be about as big an ask as we could get.
Thanks, Triska. Stephanie?
I'm just gonna make a statement. It's not really, it's kind of a question, kind of a statement, but with the new legalization of marijuana, 20% of that tax is supposed to go to Department of Fish and Wildlife and Parks to be used solely as funding for wildlife habitat. So that's a lot of money coming in. So I'd be curious to know, obviously I'm sure FWP will shine some light in the coming years. It's new money, but I think that that's a great thing, and hopefully that will help kind of facilitate some of these projects.
Yeah, we've had lots of talks about where that money is going to go. No decisions really have been made yet, except for the earmark for non-game, because that was earmarked as well for FWP. So that has been decided. I don't think the other part has been decided yet. So that will be forthcoming for this next fiscal year.
Thanks, Deb. So what I'm hearing with this recommendation is maybe there needs to be a consideration for a reference to the work being done in Utah. We might want to think about how cattle can be incorporated into habitat management. Consider partnering with state agencies, not just those federal agencies, if federal agencies, but really thinking about the state agencies, and thinking about how the WMAs are cared for in particular. So maybe tweaks, changes, and adjustments on this one, and maybe the group can review it and provide comments to Stephanie, Ian, and Stacy. Is that kind of the route we're gonna go? So possibly those changes, and then any comments, questions, concerns, edits, direct them to Ian, Stephanie, and Stacy. Does that, anybody disagree with that? Okay. The next one on our list here is the reduce the length of the hunting seasons in Montana. I believe this one was race.
Okay, well, hopefully you guys got kind of a little bit of a summary that I tried to put together on that. I got about, I guess there was 18 written comments. I did receive a couple phone calls as well. You know, I guess the thing that kind of struck me from looking at it is it didn't appear almost everybody really didn't like shoulder seasons. And one person brought up that he really in his comments, he really didn't criticize shoulder seasons, but he thought that shoulder season has become a bad word, and that maybe it was time to move on from that terminology. And I guess I found that kind of interesting as you kind of read the comments. And obviously when, I guess the other underlying thing that I believe almost everybody was in unison on that made comments was that I guess there was one person that mentioned, you know, splitting up the seasons a little bit and doing a few things. But as far as shortening season, I think most of the people that commented felt like shoulder seasons were probably the area we could shorten. So that was very I guess, consistently, commented on. Other things I thought were kind of interesting was, there was still a lot of support after they criticized the shoulder seasons in what, we call damage hunts and trying to focus on those. There was a lot of other, mentions in there that we tried to put in there. But I think one of the comments that I thought was kind of interesting, might go along with Heath and Chuck, was that a couple people mentioned, and they probably did in your comments, that they thought maybe a good place to, on private lands that are over objective, allow rifle hunting during the archery season to help disperse those elk off those private lands. They didn't recommend that on public land, but that's something I personally had never heard of before. So another little idea there, but by and large, there was a lot of support for it. There was one person, that only one out of those, that just flat said, don't mess with the hunting season at all. They were pretty adamant, maybe not quite as strong as the email Deb sent us today about it, but they definitely were not in favor of, us messing with anything. And then there was one comment that, yeah, we probably have to face reality at some time and do a few things, on shortening, but leave archery alone. So anyway, they're there. I do have all those emails in one file. It might be good for everybody to read if we're gonna have time to review that. But those were kind of the big takeaways for me from the comments. I guess one shock for me was that I honestly thought there'd be a lot more negative comments about shortening the season in any form. I was quite surprised that it seems like that those on the sounding board are rational like this group, and they're looking at, there has to be some kind of change. And one of the comments really was, we got to do something different, try something new. And so with that, I'll kind of turn it over to you.
Perfect.
I just wanted to add real quick that that email I sent you guys today was nothing compared to some of the ones we received.
I can imagine.
So Stephanie? Yeah, mute.
In conjunction with what Chuck said about the shoulders, Race said about the shoulder seasons, I had a few that said that shoulder seasons should go away and just use more focused efforts like damage hunts. I think it seems like most people are done with shoulder seasons. So that was in my commentary as well.
So where do we need to go with this one? Let me pause. Any other questions for Race? Yes, Druska.
So this is more just a statement, unless you guys got a comment addressing it. I think that the shoulder season leaving would be fine, and I don't care what you call it after that, but I do think that producers in the designated surveillance area are still going to need, whether it's a shoulder season, a special hunt of some sort, to address diseased wildlife at the wrong time and to try and move those on. And I think the recommendation states that FWP would have to be flexible enough to recognize that there might be areas where you would still need to have some extended hunting. And as long as that is truly recognized, I'm good with everything.
I guess real quick on that, I kind of felt like maybe the theme was maybe damage hunts were very popular among this group. I don't think there was any criticism among that, in general. But I think most of them felt like we have to rebrand shoulder season hunts and not really, make sure that they're necessary, and maybe they need to be really more in lines with what the damage hunts are today. And that was kind of, I guess, the general feel that I got. So we only had one person comment on brucellosis or disease, but they actually mentioned, yes, we got to make sure we keep that tool so that we can do that. So once again, I thought the comments were quite supportive of,
Okay.
looking into this further. So
Great.
So what are your next steps for it, Race?
yeah, I probably could share, I ought to just share the emails so you guys can all read them. You guys got kind of, my quick summary of it, but, I think if we look forward, I think the framework, it's pretty clear from what the sounding board, I think we ought to just all have time to look at it, and you guys all probably have some input. And like Chuck said on, earlier, I think we have time to think about it a little bit. We can get together on it and try to streamline, the wording a little bit. And
Okay.
I don't think there was anything from the sounding board that would tell us to move away from, moving on it. I think they encouraged us to keep working on it.
Okay. So look at the comment. Oh, Chuck, yes.
So did people comment on anything other than the shoulder season? I mean, I kind of thought the intent here was to shorten our regular season, although that probably was just my assumption. Is there any thought about that? And if so, if that was under consideration, would the proposal that Heath and I have put forward satisfy that?
And I think there was, some comments. I'm sure if we compared our comments, I'm guessing we got comments from the same people, a lot of them.
Yeah.
Just guessing from the, discussions we've had. And I think a couple of these were kind of strategic. You could tell these people had probably communicated with each other. And, because wording was very similar, which was good. But there was one person that, in the comment there mentioned they liked your choose your time and choose your weapon. There was some other recommendations to look at what other states are doing. I'm sure, he think, different people have mentioned that. So I think there's a lot of other things that we can do, but I think the underlying theme was that shoulder seasons right now are not very palatable to a large majority of hunters. But they're not telling us to go away from damage hunts. And there was only one of those comments that mentioned, yeah, for sure, maybe we need to shorten the actual general season. So I think we'd kind of have to ask a specific question there about shortening season or changing your time on your question. I don't know that I can tell you that we got a lot more feedback there.
If I could follow up on that, Kimberly. So if we did move away from the shoulder season to a damage hunt, then I think it's incumbent on this group to define access. Because right now, it's pretty much to get a damage hunt, you pretty much have to have, the public has to have full access. So we have to define the access or define what the public is, one of the two. And that will make a difference. Now, if we went to like we used to do, and I've harped on this one before, we used to have a 2-week late hunt, very effective. And FWP took it away from us. And then our numbers grew astronomically. So I don't know now, we can't kill the offspring with what we're doing. We're doing about everything we can do. Shoulder hunts, we're hunting for, like he says, we're hunting for 6 months, and we're not killing the recruitment. So we need to proceed with caution here if one of our objectives is to bring elk numbers down. So that's all I need to say on that today, but it's worthy of consideration by this group.
So a couple different actions we might have. So Heath will send out the notes at least, and there might be, not Heath, Race will send out the notes, the comments and the emails that he's received to this group. And then Chuck, Heath, and Race might need to coordinate to see if there's any overlap in the recommendations and any actions that need to occur in that space too. Let's get Druska and Stephanie really fast too.
So this is the first recommendation, reduce the length of the hunting seasons in Montana. And in the intent, it says the intent would be to assess the benefits of shoulder seasons, try to redistribute elk and reduce landowner hunting fatigue, to improve relationships. And the problem it's trying to address is that, okay, the elk are hunted for an extended period of time in Montana. And FWP has research that says if you have that extended pressure, it actually pushes the elk onto less accessible private lands. And then the recommendation goes on to say that you can't really totally remove shoulder seasons when you live in the DSA, and you need to have mitigation actions for brucellosis. So it really isn't for shortening. I mean, it's not shortening what we consider the general hunting season. It was to address specifically shoulder seasons and whether or not they do what they were supposed to do. And then with the caveat that we make sure that we protect the DSA. It also talked about being just a pilot program, and maybe you do shoulder seasons for 2 years and take it away for the third year. And what would that do? Or every other year? I mean, there was some flexibility built into the recommendation, but it's a recommendation to look at shoulder seasons, not to reduce the general season.
Thanks for the clarification there, Druska. Stephanie and then Heath.
Deb, would it be something that you would be able to get us and send out the qualifications to get a damage hunt? That would be, I think, helpful for us as a starting point to look at, what currently is being done and how can we make that better if need be.
Sure. I know online it just basically says access, but if there's more specific language, I'll get that to the group as soon as possible.
Keith?
This is a little bit of a sidebar, but to go off of Chuck's comment there as far as access goes, perhaps that could be monitored by hunter days, whether that's outfitted clients, public hunters, your family hunters, however many it may be. I mean, some form of access. I don't know what that number is, but if FWP, if you call them in December and say you got 400 elk on the place, and they say, well, how many hunter days did you have? And you say, well, I had 75 or whatever. That maybe that's a way we could measure that to where they're able to get a damage hunt, as opposed to if you say you had 2 and you're complaining about elk, that might be a little different conversation. I guess finding that threshold maybe would be tough, but maybe something along those lines as far as 100 days go. I'm not sure.
Chuck has his hand up, and then Scott.
Did you call on me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, I've had this discussion with our local biologist, and he would really like a definition, because it is so vague now that he can get in. In fact, he has gotten in trouble for allowing a damage hunt on one place and not in another. And to follow up with what he said, his suggestion was something like the number of hunters per acre. So, I mean, if you got a section and you let 5 people on, or if you got 100,000 acres and you let 5 people on, that's kind of, 2 different things. So it's got to be tied to the size of the ranch. But I think there's people in FWP that would like some help on that issue, and maybe this is where it should come from.
Okay. Scott?
Just really quick, I just wanted to comment that I like Heath's idea about the 100 days. I think that takes away some of the friction that comes from the division of who those hunters are. I think that's a great idea.
Okay. Stephanie, yes.
I'd like to add, just it would need to be defined as unpaid 100 days, not like I charged $10,000 per hunter, but they hunted for 10 days. That wouldn't count, if that makes sense. So unpaid hunter days.
See, I don't know if I really have a problem with it paid because that's still access, right? Like if let's say Chuck is outfitting on the ranch and he has 6 hunters a week for 6 weeks, I mean, that's still 36, you know, that's 36 days a week. That's 160 days a year. That's a lot of pressure. Like that's a fair amount of access. And I don't know. I mean, it's not like he's not hunting those elk. There are people hunting them. You know, I don't know if there truly is a damage issue. I guess I really don't. I don't know if I have an opinion on whether it's paid or unpaid. I mean, I think access is, you know, is access, whether you got to pay for it or not. I think it's still people putting pressure on elk.
I mean, I agree to a point, but I don't think the public will. And I think that would be the issue. The issue I mainly hear from the public on this, and in several of the email comments, was make sure that it is that the access is defined as unpaid access. So I mean, I get that argument, but I think the public would frown on it as a whole.
So how about this for a course of action? Race sends out the comments that he's received as of thus far. Everyone read that one in particular, and we can flag it for a deeper conversation at our July 7th meeting too, to make sure that we're all in the same space. If you do have questions, comments, edits along those lines, please provide them to Race so that he can move that forward. But it seems like this one we might need to have a little bit of more discussion, a little bit more deeply in. Okay. Anyone not okay with that as a course of action? Okay, we have 2 more to get through today, and then we have a couple new ones that have come up. So this one is from Druska. The FWP biologists sit down with the landowners in a working group style to discuss elk.
So the comments that I got on this one, no one thought it was a bad idea. Some were in varying degrees of great idea, good idea. It was a must to manage elk on a landscape watershed basis. They thought we should include game wardens, which is a good idea. Let's see. They wondered about including other land management agencies. Biologists will need training, create more of a citizen. Is it a CAC that FWP has in various regions? Is that what they call those? That committee to work with the biologist. In-service for biologists would be required, do better with FWP survey, let's see, you would get some citizen science and some, maybe a better idea of what elk are doing. FWP agency will be required to assist, improve, and manage this number 7. And then the liaison to coordinate with the biologist and the landowner, also between landowners and wardens. So nobody was against this recommendation. I do think it will definitely require some in-service training of the biologist because that's not really a biologist's job. But I am always struck by the meeting I went to in Big Timber, and I saw this in action. And it is so possible to do it. And the rewards we would reap from this kind of a meeting and putting landowners and hunters and outfitters in the same room would be amazing.
Thanks, Druska. So seems a good amount of support for this one from Sounding Board. Questions, comments for Druska? Do you want to review this one and circle back next time? See if we can move it forward as a recommendation, full recommendation. Okay, I got 1 thumbs up.
Sure, I can, yeah, because we could put wardens in there because that would be important, I think.
Yeah, so let's send out the information once again to folks, Druska. Any tweaks, changes, adjustments that you'd like to see or comments, please send them to Druska on that one in particular. and we'll go forward in our next meeting and either confirm it or whatnot. So then the last one that we have to talk about today, and there were 2 additional ones that were sent in, is the one that Scott and Matt are working on. I recognize that there might need to be some tweaks and changes and adjustments to this one, but you guys were sent the copy yesterday, I think it was. Yeah. Scott, Matt. Don't all start at once.
I assume that everybody's had a chance to look at it, so I won't attempt to pull it up on my phone and read it or anything like that. But I think Deb had something that she wanted to say to that too, so I'm not sure where we're at with that. If we have to kind of start again with it, or how much editing we need to do, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, Deb, do you want to clarify your comments to start at the meeting when you said there's good stuff in it that might need tweaks or changes?
Yeah, I'll say, I'll just reiterate what I said. You guys can recommend anything, you choose. Like Chuck said, there needs to be big changes perhaps to move the needle on a lot of this. It's just right now, and that would be your statement basically. Just right now, it's something that FWP cannot get behind, just like the transferable tags. It hasn't been palatable for so many people in the state, legislators and sportsmen. And it's just something that we think, to be honest, would be crucified on. That does not mean you can't recommend it. It's just something that, we just can't get behind unless there's, a huge outpouring from the public or something like that in support.
So I think, does everybody know what this proposal that we were working on was that to allow the A9 tag, which is a cow only on private, that's only good on private land, to be partied in units that were over objective. And so that's what the proposal was. And it sounds like the idea of the party is not going to fly. So, I mean, just real briefly here, I mean, if this is something we want to move forward, I mean, the whole idea is that when, if we're doing a damage hunt, for example, and you have these A9 tags, the opportunity to take as many cows off as possible. So, I mean, maybe the possibility we could throw out is that you could buy multiple over-the-counter A9 tags, just make them very accessible to people, and that they could be carrying more than one in their pocket. Would just be a potential idea, but I'd love to hear everybody else's ideas on this.
Well, we've got a couple hands up. We've got Stephanie and then Race. So we'll have to move through it kind of quickly, guys.
I'll let Race go first. Mine is not related to this topic.
Okay. Race?
Well, one thing I might mention, as many of you know, we're working on a big damage type hunt. We'll be real aggressive with it. We're targeting 500 to 600 elk this year on the ranch, antlerless, so it's a big undertaking. And meeting with the biologist here locally, they have assured us that there's a tool they can produce those types of tags for a damage hunt right now, if we want to get aggressive. And so I think a lot, once again, I think I mentioned this before, as I've gone through this process, we've learned that there's a lot of tools that we're currently not really aware of and using. And I think that really needs to be one of our recommendations and I think the word I wrote down earlier today is I wrote down use all resources every time we've had a meeting, but I think Kimberly actually said amplify our resources. And I think in one of these proposals, we need to really shout that out, because I think there's a lot of tools that our biologists have currently, especially within damage, that will help us, solve a lot of our issues. And so I don't know if that's exactly on your topic, but I was shocked to hear that, oh yeah, we can produce that. They can go down to the co-op or the pawn shop or wherever they buy their tags, and we can have that set up for this fall so they can purchase an additional tag to use. So yeah, that's totally within their privy. So
I guess I want to just jump in really, really quick. I guess the part that I'm struggling with on this is, as a whole, every time we've had this conversation as a group, I haven't had, Deb just mentioned that it's not palatable to the public. I haven't got that sense from any of us in the group, and personally, I haven't gotten any comment from the public on it. I'm sure there has been some. Maybe people just don't know how to get a hold of me, but I haven't gotten any at all. And I'd be really curious to know what the hangup is. Like, specifically, what is it about this that's not palatable to the public?
And I don't think that this one was sent out to the sounding board, if I'm correct. I think that this one.
I'd almost like to hear their thoughts on it, just because so far I've heard no about it over and over, but I haven't ever heard anybody say this is what we don't like. And I know they must be out there. Obviously they are, but I haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are the cross section of the public, and you're not hearing it from each other here at all. And if you want to send it out to the sounding board, it's not something that I, would stop. I mean, this is your group. You guys could do what you choose. So, Scott, if you guys want to get that feedback, go for it.
I think I'd like to just hear other people's thoughts on it, whether it's the sounding board or if you guys, hear from other people about that. If you could forward it on to me, I'd like to hear some of it. I think that what Matt mentioned, I think there's a way that we can completely get away from that and still try to accomplish our goal. But we'll have to kind of rework it one more time and reword it. So I don't think it's really ready for much.
So maybe Scott and Matt work to tweak, change, and adjust, and then send it out to us again for consideration.
Sure.
That sounds good. Okay, Drewska, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. I would like to have something in the recommendation that says that the private land only cow tags are to be used during general season. With the idea that if you have more cow hunters out there on private land, you might actually be pushing elk onto public. It might create enough of a disturbance to move them. And then it would be a win for the public also.
Okay. So maybe add that clarification, Matt and Scott. Okay. So we're at time. We do have 2 additional recommendations that did come in. One was about an annual coordination and collaboration. I'm going to say we talk about it in our next meeting. Please review it, look it over, and then we'll also add it to the recommendations to improve stakeholder relations, which I have on 7/13, so July 13th. And then we had one additional recommendation that came through as well, and that one was on increased fines against landowners illegally blocking access. And there was a comment or question to incorporate it into, I believe, the enforce stricter penalties for trespasser violations and other bad behaviors. So I just wanted to take a pulse from folks and see if we should squish those together or if we should keep those as 2 separate. And I know that Aaron's working on that one in particular.
I think we can put them together.
Heath.
Yeah, I think we can put them together as well. And Aaron, I heard from a guy, he called about my proposal and then he just kind of ranted to me for 2 hours about the rest of them. But he basically was pretty blunt that he felt like basically we should double every fine for everything as far as hunting, trespassing, poaching,
Yeah,
off-roading.
That's been pretty much everyone that has written to me has been that exact deal. But we'll get into it some more. There were some retired wardens that wrote in, and there's some other issues that are, pending with all that trying to do that. So we'll get into that though.
Is anyone not okay with merging those 2 recommendations together at this point? Okay, so Aaron, you should have access to that one and just start working to put those 2 together. The last one that we have pending that we've kind of talked about a little bit is that communication one. So let's think about amplifying the resources that we already have available to us and figuring out what that communication could look like. We either need to incorporate it in along each of the recommendations where you need it or create a standalone. So that's the hanging sort of recommendation that we have leaning out there too. So I'll leave that for you guys for consideration in the process. I have Ian and then Druska.
Just a quick comment that I just wondered about, like, as our recommendations are defined, have you guys thought out, or do we have a way that we can kind of, okay, we do a revision on a recommendation, and are we going to put it back out to the sounding board, or is it just a one and done? Okay.
So, go ahead.
I would recommend not. I mean, you're incorporating their comments. So, if you keep putting it back out for revision and revision, you're going to get changes every single time. And at some point, you're going to have to call it. So
okay, I didn't know, like, it just sparked my, like, combining two ideas or something. It was like, well, wait a minute, where are we going with this? So, okay.
Yeah, as long as you get comments on this, a set of the recommendations, or each recommendation, even if you combine them, I don't think that changes really anything. But like I said, I put it out for, one and done on this. If we had more time, you could do that. We just don't.
I'm going to put in one other pitch for this. If you send out recommendations the day before the meeting, or add tweaks, changes, adjustments the day before the meeting, it doesn't give folks enough time to look at the recommendation itself and review it, and we can't vote on it as a group here. So we get stuck.
Kimberly, I'm going to make a suggestion here. I was going to talk to you after the meeting, but I'll just put it out here to everybody. I would love to put out a schedule tomorrow, send it to you guys, and just say these are drop dead dates for your draft, getting it out to the group, and the group responding back to each other, just so you have deadlines. And we'll give you as you have what this is the longest period between meetings that you guys will have. So you guys have over 2 weeks this time before the next meeting. So
but the next one you don't.
The next ones we don't. Yeah. So this time you have some time to actually work on the recommendations and get back to each other. And so we'll come up with a schedule and send that out to you guys tomorrow. And before, I need to ask one other thing, but I'll let Jessica go first, and then I'll chime in on one other thing.
So I agree, one and done. Kimberly, you referred to communication being in all of the recommendations. Which communication piece are we talking about?
So we talked about amplifying the resources that we already have available and making sure that information gets targeted to whoever needs it. So we can either make that a standalone recommendation or incorporated throughout, but that's sort of our standalone.
It might be easier to leave it as a standalone because we know exactly what we're targeting when we speak about it. That would be my opinion, because you could make a really quick recommendation that says, put it out there where it's supposed to be.
Who wants it? Druska?
I'll take it. No, okay. Chuck's got his thumb up. He can have it.
I think he was just thumbs upping you, but he's on mute. Yeah.
I was just agreeing that Druska should have it. That's all.
All right. And just to highlight, we do have that tracking schedule. So I am recording all of the recommendations, who's responsible for it, and the status of it as of currently. So please do look over that. On that note, the very last one, develop user-friendly and effective methods to collect data. You guys approved that one to go to the sounding board, but it didn't get sent. Ian is listed as the point person, so we'll send that one out and just make sure that it gets out. But do look at that, because I do have folks who are responsible for different things, and this is a nice, easy way to look at who you need to reach out to for specific recommendations too. So if you want to send your comments and you don't want to send it to everybody, you want to send it to a specific person, by all means do so. Or if you want to send it out to the entire group, by all means do so. But you do have, or if you have a specific question and you want to know who's working on what, when, where, and how, do look at that tracking spreadsheet. And then we can add an additional component of a deadline if that's helpful too for that.
And so you have it at your fingertips tomorrow. I'll send it out again tomorrow with the schedule.
And did you say something too, Druska?
I did. Did we send out the understand and mitigate the disease recommendation to the sounding board.
I have it as understanding and mitigate was.
Did we?
I have it as it should have been submitted and Druska's the point of contact.
Because
You didn't get any comments?
I don't know. I'll check. I think I did, but now I'm not sure because I'm getting confused.
We'll confirm that for you. Don't you worry. We are
Okay.
on that.
So now we have I have there were recommendations we talked about that I don't have. So if there's a way to make sure that we all have the right stuff,
Yes.
again, I would appreciate it.
Yep,
Yes.
absolutely.
And then he.
The last thing, and I didn't talk to Kimberly about this, and I'm gonna throw this out there and Kimberly can weigh in too, since she's your facilitator. I'm wondering if you don't, maybe I should phrase this differently. I'm wondering if you shouldn't meet for longer at the next meeting. I know 4 hours is a long time. There's a lot of work to do. And I'm wondering if adding an hour or two would work for you guys. You don't have to answer now. I could poll you guys tomorrow when I send out information. And of course, it depends on Kimberly's schedule too, as well. But I'm just wondering if we shouldn't try to push through, because I think at the next meeting, you guys are going to have some decisions to make on the actual recommendations. In addition to talking about new recommendations and the recommendations that you still have to work on going out to the sounding board. So I'm just throwing that out there. You don't, like I said, have to answer now, sleep on it, and I'll pull you guys tomorrow.
And that's July 7th. So that might be, if that changes anything for anybody. I know that that's a holiday weekend. The Monday is a holiday. And the focus of that meeting is the recognize and reduce disease or acknowledge and mitigate disease.
Okay.
Questions, comments, concerns? Okay.
Good work, you guys.
And thanks for
a lot
staying.
of stuff you guys covered. And I'll get all the questions. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll get you information on that.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.